Yep,
Oh,
it's already
okay.
questioned. Is it recorded and shared? Yes, recorded and shared. All right, you're live on Facebook.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's hit record. Oh, it's recording
It's
already.
recording. Yeah, we're good. We're gone. We're on.
I guess it was recording the entire time.
Let's go.
Okay, everyone. Hey, welcome to the first ever Command Con. Hopefully this will be the first annual Command Con. If this goes well, we'll do it again. That's what it comes down to. My name is Nick Baldwin. I'm an agent. I was a team leader. I'm currently a regional tech director for a region in Los Angeles. I'm co-founder of LabCode Agents. I'm passionate about Command, and I will let my co-hosts introduce themselves. Go ahead.
Ladies first,
Hi, everyone.
Leslie.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
Oh, who's going to go first? Ladies first. That's why I went first. Now it's the other lady.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leslie Jackson. I've been with KW since 2013. Started on a mega team, worked my way into a market center tech trainer, and then from there did the regional tech training position for the good state of Colorado for a couple of years, and decided to sidestep and train and consult on my own. One of my partners is, of course, Nick Baldwin, and Rob is also my partner. I reside in Colorado still, and I am so excited to be here with you guys. So thank you for having me.
Awesome, Leslie. My name is Rob. I've been in real estate for 19 years. I've been with KW since 2017. Started as a regular agent, moved into a PC role, a team leader role, and now operating principal of a top 200 market center based in Michigan. And happy to be here with Nick and Leslie.
Awesome. Before we get started, we just want to say thank you to some of our sponsors. Let me show you who those sponsors are. Why can't I make this bigger? But you guys can see it. That's going to be as good as you're going to get today. Here's our sponsors. I can't seem to share this. I can't seem to present. It's very, very strange. But anyway, that's okay. Here's our sponsors. Unlocked Box, Conversion Monster, Expand Coaching. You can scan each one of those barcodes there and find out more information. We're going to hear from our sponsors a little bit later. All three of them are great products. They all do different things, and you'll find out a lot about them. And Unlockbox and Conversion Monster have some prizes to give away, so you're going to want to stick around to hear about those prizes later on today, and we'll bring these up later as well, so you guys can learn a little bit more about Conversion Monster and Expand Coaching and Unlocked Box. So I just want to talk real quick, and then we'll bring on our first guest. Why are we doing Command Con? We're doing Command Con because Command has greatly improved over the last couple years. It is a well-oiled machine. It is working. There's a lot of myths that we want to bust through. We want to show you agents from all levels that are using Command in their business at 100% capacity. And it's important that you guys hear from solo agents, teams, all diving into Command at different levels, from like 10 million in volume to almost 100 million in volume. You're going to hear from all of them. Is there anything you guys want to add before we bring in our first speaker?
Do we want to address the article, or do we want to wait for Jason?
No, because we don't want to address that because everything's been taken care of.
Oh, okay. Well, top secret
So
news.
Zip on that.
That didn't make it into the background chat. But no, I think you covered it. I think you covered it, Nick. We're really excited. I just wanted a real quick shout out to Nick and Leslie. That you guys have a huge following, which is just showing here. Over 5,000 people live, over 12,000 signed up for this. And so what we're hoping to accomplish today is just bring some positivity and show you that Command works. We use it every day, and lots of these people here are running huge businesses and using Command as the platform. So super excited.
Oh, thanks, Rob. One little tidbit too. I want you to open your minds and just be open to everything that you're hearing today. Take lots and lots of notes and enjoy the show. Nick, would you like to introduce our guest? He's pretty awesome.
I would like to introduce our guest. Our first guest, maybe you've seen him before. He is KW head of industry. He's still figuring out what that means. Maybe he will tell us on this call. We'll be the first to find out. Just kidding. He's a personal friend and he's an awesome guy. And he is one of the reasons why CommandCon got so much visibility and promotion. His name's Jason Abrams. Thanks for being here, Jason.
Hey, gang, Nick, because we couldn't figure out the title thing, we added to it. So it's head of industry and learning. And that's because we can all define learning now. So it's easy for everybody. Welcome, everybody, to CommandCon. This is absolutely awesome. Let the hearts and celebration emojis commence, because you have taken a massive step in your business. Being here is a commitment to making more money. Now, why do I say that? Because there's a direct correlation to the real estate agents that understand and use technology to get more human more often with more people than those who don't. It's just cause math. We're going to prove the math throughout the day. Mark King is going to talk about it when he comes on in a minute. And I want to focus on a really interesting idea to me. I'm hoping you find it interesting as well. Right now, you can Google technology/real estate and you can read endless articles written by an endless number of pundits who are all pontificating on what they think technology should be when it comes to the realtor. The challenge with it is that most of them, if not all of them, have never sold a damn house, pretty much making everything they say nothing more than the comic section in your local paper. So what's the answer to that? Well, it's a great question. And here's the way that I'm thinking about it, right? So imagine if you would. We need to understand exactly what's going on in the real estate business so that we can understand exactly what to build when it comes to real estate technology. That's the challenge that everybody has. Now, everyone will go about it differently, trying to solve it and understand it. Let me tell you about the way that I think about it. The way that I think about it is kind of like this. I believe that the key here is that if you build stuff that real estate agents don't do, it doesn't matter how much of it you build. I know, groundbreaking, right? So think of this line right here as what it is that real estate agents do. And I'll be honest with you, they only do a handful of things. I know what you're thinking. No, they do so many things. Well, yeah, but do they? Do they? Like, really, let's think about it. Here's what I believe. I believe they do things to grow their business, and I believe they do things to run their business. That's what I think. So if you're a note taker on a sheet of paper, on the top, put grow your business, and then on the right side, put run your business. That's exactly what I did. And then I started thinking, okay, well, what do they do to grow their business? And I actually wrote it down, and let's just talk about it. What do they do? Well, they lead generate. Well, how do they do that? Well, they do expired and canceled. And if they're going to do that, they always do it in a TCPA friendly and compliant way. What else do? They do for sale by owner stuff. I get that. They do door knocking. They do open houses. They do seminars. They do Popeyes. They do PPC. They do farming. They do forced registration. They do bold. They do print ads. They do radio. They TV. And if you love yourself enough, you get a billboard. Like all of the things that people do to grow their business. But here's what's fascinating. When you really start to look at it, the list just is not that long. The truth of it is there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 ways to grow the business. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Jason, this industry, the first board of realtors met in 1891, and then they actually formalized it in 1910. How could there only be 19 ways? There is. If you don't believe me, make a list of all of the ways that you lead gen with a system and model. And you realize there's 19 ways. It's great. That's what this line represents. Now, how do they run the business? Well, they do things like get coaching and attend training and write contracts and market listings. And they do pre-listing work and they make presentations to buyers and sellers. And so there's only so many of those things that they do. And that all goes here. Well, so then the next question that you would have would be, okay, well, so how do they do it? Because that's different than what you do. So how do you do it? That's another line. And let's put that over here. This becomes how they do it. Now, how you do it is really fascinating. And think about it for a second. What do? Well, you post to social media. Okay, does that break down? Sure. You post to social media for free and you post to social media for cost. That's it. What else do you do? Well, you make phone calls. That's it. Not really. You make phone calls to single individuals and you make phone calls in group. Well, what else do you do? Well, we send text messages. Well, so how do you do that? Well, we send text single and we send text group. Well, what do you text? Well, we text properties, we text video, we text emoji, and we text words. I love that. What else do you do? Well, we run CMAs. And so here's what's really fascinating. When you actually solve and answer that question, what you get are about 33 things. Now, I promise you, the list is here. You get about 33 things. But then you know what's really interesting? Right after that, you then ask the question, okay, well, if I have an admin person, just one, would I do it differently? And the truth is you would do it slightly differently. You really would. But you'd also now have a few more things to do. Like you'd want to grant additional users because you'd want to let someone else use your system. You'd want to be able to delegate tasks so that your admin could actually tell you what to do. You'd want to grant permissions. Those are the things you'd want to do. And then you say, okay, well, what if I had a team? Well, here's the good news. You'd want to do all those things. Plus, you'd want to have really robust lead routing and you'd want to have really robust lead reporting because you're trying to help people live a better life. And you'd say, okay, great. Well, what else would I do? What if I had an expansion team? And yeah, you'd want to do all those things, but then you'd want database visibility across all the different markets. You'd want to combine your reporting and also be able to break them up. You want to be making team templates so that the marketing is consistent, although different, which is the challenge of expansion. You'd want to have team campaigns. You'd want to have all this stuff. But here's the thing. If you don't go through and make a list of what all the stuff is, you have no idea what to build next. So now you have this really interesting dichotomy, which is now you have exactly what we all do to grow and run our businesses. And then you have exactly what we would need to do, how we would do those things. So how do these two things come together? They kind of come together like this, right? Which is these pieces. And what do these pieces represent? It represents an idea that when you do the right things, both in the physical world and in the digital world, in a very specific order, you get the best results. That's it. That's all we're talking about here. This is the DNA of the real estate business. So what is the DNA of the real estate business? I'm so glad you asked. Here's how we went about thinking about it. We listed out everything that agents need to do when it comes to grow their business and run their business. Then we listed out all of the different tech pieces that you do in order to get it done. And then we gave each one of those things a number. Then we said, okay, well, how does that work in Command? Well, let's use the first one. The first one was post to social media for free. So we went in and we said, okay, awesome. This is exactly the step-by-step that you post to social media for free. And I thought that that was phenomenal. But then I started thinking, and I was like, it's so fascinating because I wonder, because some of our agents don't use Command, or some of them use it for a piece. How would I do that if I was using, I don't know, KV Core? And so we went through and we said, well, this is exactly how you do it if you were using KV Core. And then I said, well, that's interesting. How would you do it if you were using Follow Up Boss? And something really interesting happened because I happen to really like Follow Up Boss, but they don't make free social posts in it. And I realized, well, there's no in-product solution for that in that CRM. And that's okay. And then I said, well, how would you do it in Boomtown? And well, you couldn't. By the way, Boomtown does a lot of amazing things, but helping you post social media for free isn't one of them. So, okay, well, how would you do it in Commissions Inc? Well, you wouldn't, because that's not something they specialize in either. Well, how would I do it if I was at, I don't know, Compass? And that might be how I would do it. Or how would I do it if I was using Brivity? Well, I wouldn't be able to. And I went through and we did that for every single thing that real estate agents do. And then we sat back and we said, okay, I got this. So what we're learning is that there's a specific DNA based on best practices. And if we don't know how to use our technology to do those things in the right order, we get a diminished result. Or if we have technology that can't do all the steps, we may get a diminished result. Now, here's the good news. we were unable to find any platform that did everything, and certainly not all best in class. What we did do is we started benchmarking which pieces are done in which pieces of technology. Because if we have redundant tech stacks, friends, then we're just going to the Say It Again School of Redundancy. And there's no reason to go to that school because it's stupid. And so we need to understand which pieces we use for which pieces of real estate we're trying to do. So how did it all come together? Well, we then went out and interviewed all of the top real estate agents, and we started documenting their models and systems. If you came to MegaCamp, you saw Steve Lamouth, and Steve Lamouth was there, and he had this amazing open house system. We said, oh my gosh, we love that. What are the steps? Well, there's actually a bunch of steps that don't involve tech. Like the first one is picking the right house. Well, that's important. Well, how do you do that? Well, they told us, you hold open your listings, mark homes that are new to market, low inventory neighborhood, and mid-range price homes. And then they told us how to figure that out. And once you had the right house, he said, then you have to create some marketing material. Well, here's the good news. That's number 8 in our code book. So the first number of the code for the open house is 8. Then we went on. We said, well, what comes next? And they said, well, you have to invite your entire database. It's crazy to do an open house and not tell anybody. And I said, oh my gosh, do you mean number 12? And they said, don't know what you mean. And I said, well, trust me, it's number 12. So now we know that inviting the entire database via email is a number 12. And so now we know the first 2 digits, Nick, 812. And then we said, well, what's next? And they said, you got to post to social media. You should do it for free for sure and maybe paid. And I said, do you mean a number 1? Are you telling me the code for an open house is an 812-1? And they said, yeah, but if I was you, I would do it paid. And I said, so you're saying it's an 812-1 with an optional number 2? Because number 2 is paid social media. And they said, yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. And I said, well, what comes next? And they said, you'd want to door knock the neighborhood, maybe even make phone calls. And I said, well, would you call them one at a time or would you do it as a bulk? And they said, I don't know. I would definitely do it one at a time. And I said, so you mean a number 4? And they said, I guess. And I said, well, what is this bulk thing? And they said, well, if you did it in a TCPA friendly compliant way, I would call them all. And I said, so you're saying it's an optional number 3? And they said, yeah. And I said, oh my gosh. So what you're telling me is the code for an open house is an 812-1 with an optional 4615. And before you knew it, they were just kind of looking at me with their head spinning. But here's what I realized. I realized, you guys, that if we go through and we were to write a playbook for every single way that you generate leads and run your business, and then document 100% of the non-tech pieces, and then 100% of the tech pieces, and then assign every one of them a code, we would all of a sudden all be speaking the exact same language. And you know what happened next? Gary looked up and Jay looked up and Mark looked up and everyone said, oh my gosh, let's do that. Friends, we are here to all get better at tech. Nick, I'm going to lead the day with the first announcement of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce the following. We, Mark King, Matt Green, Chris Cox, Jay, Jason, David Voorhees, Donnie, we are all about to board airplanes. We are coming to every single region in this company. We are bringing with us code books and playbooks, and we are embarking on a roadshow that will begin on December 15th and culminate right before family reunion, at which time all of the playbooks will be in the Red Store for everybody to leave with. Friends, we are about to unite the industry under one common language, and it's called Crack the Code, the DNA of real estate.
Boom.
Wow.
That was amazing.
So
wow, I love that. When Jason showed me the DNA for the first time, I was like, wait, I know where you're going with this. This is so cool.
It's so cool. I saw this book at the OP meeting in Dallas, Fort Worth, and everybody wanted this book. So everyone who's asking in the chat, obviously you're going to be getting this book, but it is incredible. It is very detailed. Amazing work by KWRI on this.
Thanks. It's taken everybody. The good news is we're pretty deep in creating these playbooks. We've done over 400 interviews with the top agents to get all of the models. So in every playbook, you're going to get a model, which is a one-pager on exactly how it works, a system where we break down each of the points of the model, and then the tools, and that will be a code which will coincide to your code books and command. And don't worry, you won't have to carry around this giant binder. In each playbook will give you the specific pages as well.
The binder will be like the equivalent of the boombox from the 80s. Just walking around with it.
I'll tell you what, and it'll constantly, we'll be updating it and then sending out updates, because here's the thing, technology changes and we're going to have to be updating it, and we're going to add more and more CRMs to it, so that if you choose to use another one, you can understand how they think about it as well. This idea, guys, that we're going to build a piece of technology and then giant walls around it, that wasn't great. We're going to build a piece of technology that connects to other technologies, that allows you to literally be the rocket people. And this thing should be Jarvis for you, and you should have it on, and it should make everything you do easier and better.
Jason, one of the things that I loved about seeing this book is that what you guys did is it's just not command specific. Like you were saying, it's KV Core, it's Follow Up Boss, which is awesome, because I've always felt like, we're a company of choice. You're not crammed into this corner. However, I will say that as I was able to flip through the book, Command actually has more features available to run your business than these other platforms do, which was part of the discussion that weekend was, hey, like Command really does a lot of these things. And then here's the playbook to go with it. So not only can you run your business at a higher level, the cost savings is huge.
Yeah, 100%. And by the way, here's the good news about technology. It's not just can you do it, it's about how well can it be done. So once we get through this idea of, well, what do we do and what does everyone do? Now it's going in and saying, okay, well, how do we do that in 3 clicks less? How do we do that in 4 or 7 lines less of code? How do we do that across Glass, desktop, and consumer? How do we link these things? And here's the thing, you guys, it's a journey, and you all know how we started it. We stubbed our toe and we admitted it, and we made every mistake that a person can make. And Gary Keller's an immovable object, and he is going to keep going. The interesting thing is most of your competitors have decided to outsource their tech solutions. I could go through every one of those companies. I'm not going to do it, but here's where it stands. There will be a day, and I believe it's very soon, when building and controlling your own technology and your own data is vitally important. And anybody who's underestimating the change that technology will have in our industry is waking up today and thinking that it has any indication of what tomorrow will look like. And not only do I think it's short-sighted, I think it's asinine in its conception.
On that note, mic drop.
Nick, have an
Jason,
awesome
always a
day.
pleasure.
Leslie, thank you. Thank you
Thanks,
all for
Jason.
being here. Rob,
Good to
good
see
work.
you.
Enjoy Command
Thanks,
Con.
Jason.
Thanks, Jason. Let's get some hearts and likes and
Yes.
thumbs up for Jason over there in the emojis. That was amazing. I love it. I'm excited to get my hands on that playbook.
It's coming.
very-
We don't have the playbook here at the Command Con headquarters. So don't ask us for the binder, please.
No. All right, guys. So we have our next guest is Rachel White. Thanks for being here, Rachel. She is the CEO of Unlocked Box. The Zimmers, it is not your turn yet, Trent and Carissa. It is not your turn. You will be up very soon, I promise. I know you're excited, but if you turn off your camera for 5 minutes, we'll get to you. Everyone's so excited.
Everybody's so excited. We love you guys.
So Rachel White is the CEO. She's a real estate agent. She's the CEO of Unlocked Box, and she is one of our sponsors. And she is here to show us what Unlocked Box does. If you're going to summarize it in one sentence, in my opinion, it is Uber for house showings and open houses. Rachel, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited. What a great introduction. Yeah, I was an agent and struggled with some of the day-to-day tasks that I was doing, both as a new agent and as a busy agent. And so I stepped away from doing real estate in the traditional way to create Unlocked Box, which is really a tool for us agents to be able to facilitate tasks between one another. So I'm going to just share my screen real quick.
Yep, you should be able to do that.
So I'm just going to show you a quick video of how it works, and then I'll break it down a little bit.
List a house you need help with unlocking, and for a fee that you set, other agents will apply to unlock the house. Or raise your hand to unlock a house for a fellow agent and collect some cash for yourself. If you need assistance with an open house, list it on Unlocked Box. Or sit an open house for another agent and grow your business.
So whether you're a new agent or a busy agent or anything in between, UnlockBox is a tool to add to your arsenal to help you show up for your clients in new ways. And especially as we head into this market, we're going to see the need to be really creative with how we use our license. And so if you're a new agent, this is a great tool for you. If you're a busy agent, it's a great tool for you as well to leverage your time and be able to show up for your clients really, and for yourself in new ways so that you can spend more time doing command. So we are so excited to be giving away $1,000 if we reach 2,500 downloads from CommandCon. So I encourage you all, just take out your phone, scan the QR code, tell a friend about it. All the jobs are kept within Keller Williams if you sign up under a Keller Williams agency. And it's a great tool for you to leverage your time, leverage your business. And if we get that 2,500 downloads by the end of CommandCon, Nick will announce the winner. And again, super excited. Use it how you need it and when you need it. Thank you again for having me. I'm so excited for y'all to take control of your business and learn new tools. Thank you.
And by the way, someone said, wait, I'm on my phone though, I can't scan. So just go to the App Store, either Google or iPhone, and just type in Unlocked Box, UNLOCKDBOX, no E,
Right.
UNLOCKDBOX. Just type it in and download it. It's a free app. You don't have to pay anything. Talk about some of the features inside the app, Rachel.
Yeah, so it's a free app. If you need help with an open house, that's a free service as well, completely free. I know a lot of businesses say free and then charge you later. This is free. So if you need help with hosting an open, you put a request out, another agent picks up the open house for free, done. And then if you need help with a showing or unlocking a property for any reason, letting the photographer in XYZ, there's millions of reasons why we have to be at the property. But if you can't do that, then you put out a request, you pay the other agent a minimum of $30. And
hey, by the way, Rachel, there's so many people trying to download this app that it's not working.
It's crashed.
So,
oh no.
That's
Okay,
awesome.
go to
listen,
the app store.
guys, listen, give it a second, right? Because the servers are just crazy blowing up.
This is
So give it a second.
This is flashback to when Command was released, Nick, and everything
so
broke,
true.
right? So good job, everyone. But
Yeah,
Yes,
good
thank
job.
you. This is a good problem to have.
It is.
Right. We broke it.
I
Love
appreciate it.
breaking things. So if
We
you're
will get-
having
we will
trouble
get to it.
downloading it, yeah, just if you're having trouble downloading it, just give it a minute or two because everybody's trying to download it right now. Where is it available? Only in the US right now?
So the fantastic thing is that it's within your brokerage. So once you sign up, you can download it within the United States, but everywhere within
Okay.
the United States. And like Uber, same concept as Uber. If you want to request out, there has to be enough agents to be able to pick that up. So that's why I encourage you all to tell a colleague, tell a friend about it, because that's really how something like this grows. And it's really how we show up for the industry and tell the industry what we need as agents on that daily level. There's some really other cool features where you can follow and like other agents around you, but really it's a task facilitation tool.
Love it. Well, Rachel, thank you so much. There's a
Thank
lot of
you.
excitement around it. As we can see, once we get 20, Rachel will let me know when we hit 2,500 downloads, and we'll give away $1,000. I will try to give away $1,000 by the end of CommandCon, but if not, I will send an email out because I got to choose someone at random. I will send an email out with a winner. So hopefully 2,500. Did I say 25,000? I meant 2,500. Someone said 25,000 that I said that, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. I'm on a roll. I could be saying 50,000 right now. No. But Rachel, thank you so much. We
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have Trent and Carissa Zimmer. Now it's your turn, guys.
Come on
Now
in.
it's your turn.
Hey, sorry for the early arrival. I was just so excited to see Rob and Leslie.
Thank you, of course.
What does this
Hi.
mute button do? What does this mute button do? Carissa, I thought you were going to be on
That was a
separate
true
computers.
boomer moment.
I thought you were going to be on separate computers, Carissa, so I could mute Trent.
I should have done that.
That would have been that would have been
Unbelievable.
in your best interest.
So
Hey,
let's take-
Unlocked Box is really cool, by the way. I just downloaded it, so I'm gonna check that out.
It's very cool. Don't try to add me. I'm not going to show houses for you. I'm very expensive. So, all right, let's jump into it, guys. We have some amazing husband and wife team here. Trent and Chris Zimmer. Zold Real Estate. Get it? Because their last name starts with a Z. So they took the S away of sold and put a Z on it. And so it's very clever. So thank you for being here. We appreciate you. They are 100% in command. 100% in command. I don't want to start this one off. I'll let Leslie start this one off.
Okay, well, I'm excited.
Not
to
that I don't want to. I just feel like I'm.
Yeah,
Leslie,
take a
you
break, get some water. Hi, Trent and Carissa. I'm so excited to have you guys here. So let's start from the beginning. When Command was released, you jumped in, and what was that experience like?
It wasn't amazing. I have kind of I have a really interesting, my story or my intro to Command is different than most. I came from another company at about the exact time Command was released. And so actually it was a little bit before that. So I put my name on the list for everything in labs, hoping I'd get early access to all these amazing things. And when it came out, Nick and I always laughed because it basically did nothing more than you could put a contact in it.
Right.
But that was
I
maybe
know.
a level above what I was currently doing at the time. And
Well, I yes, be as candid as
so
possible.
it was a step
here.
up. But I think that my early adaption is what has made this so easy for us, because every time a new feature comes out, I'm easily able to just pick it up. And it's to the point now where things are happening so fast and changing, it is hard to keep up.
Mhm.
There's
Yes.
now things that I have to go in and actively try and figure out because it's changing so quickly.
I jumped in at the same time as you, Trent, and it was like, I remember loading in my contacts and then being erased the next day. Right? And I was
Yeah.
like, what happened here? And then they pop back in later that afternoon. So let's fast forward. You guys sell $32+ million a year and you run your platform on Command. Let's get into the details. Start with lead generation. What part of Command are you guys utilizing for lead generation, and how do you implement that specifically into the business with the team?
Well, we are very, very heavily sphere-based. We have an avatar that we created. That's our ideal client. And that was Carissa's idea, is to come up with that avatar. And we actively pursue that client in our database. So we use campaigns and we use other things to bring in some of the haven't mets and try and nurture them to become Mets, but we really hit hard on the Mets. And so actually this would be a good question for Carissa to answer, because she spends a ton of time using tags in campaigns and mailing lists and things like that. So if you want to...
So we basically created an avatar for who's Zold's ideal client. Who are we speaking to? And then within that profile, we came up with tags that would fit that avatar. So what tags would fit this avatar? And then every time we add a contact in Command or existing contacts that we had in Command, we would add those specific tags, as many as we possibly could. Our ideal client is a young family, specifically a move-up buyer, and they have young children, they're young moms. And so those are specific tags that we utilize. And why I'm talking about that a lot, and I talk about this with Nick a ton, is because Command allows you to export list according to tags. So we use command emails all the time, and I will pull certain tags if I want to communicate something with our sphere, whether it's a family event that's happening downtown Lakeville where we live, or if there's something happening for moms in the community, or if we want to host an event at our house and it's a group of people that we want to bring in, if we want to bring on a small business and maybe help them and give something away in our newsletter, things like that. So we utilize campaigns, I guess it's under campaigns, command emails heavily in regards
when
to
it
tags.
comes to tags. I think we have to, as agents, think outside of the transit. Don't tag buyer, seller, investor, 6 months, 12 months. Like, we have tags for kids, specific sports teams. So like if I know somebody's a diehard Viking fan, I'll tag them Vikings. And if I ever get a ticket to a Vikings game that I can't go to, I go into my database and I search Vikings tags and I know who I'm giving that ticket to. If I know someone who's a crazy cat lady, and anytime there's cat events, like there's a St. Paul Saints, our minor league baseball team has like cat night, where after the game on the big screen, every cat fan goes down into the field and watches cat videos on the Jumbotron.
Do you have Ann Baldwin in your database? Because she
I will
should
add
have
that
crazy
tag for
cat-
her profile.
Yeah, my wife needs crazy cat lady tag in her database.
And then
So-
we can go get a Juicy Lucy before.
Yeah. So
what I-
using all sorts
sorry, go
of,
ahead.
and all those other tags came to me from my time in hospitality, which was like, we knew what newspaper you like to read. Imagine if you knew those details about your clients, and when you showed up for them, you already knew what they preferred.
Mhm.
You might think it's like this minuscule detail that doesn't matter at the time, but trust me, if you see them a year later and you know that their kid is Billy and he plays hockey and he won the tournament last year, they're going to be blown away by the fact that you remember that. And that all happens via tags for the most part for us.
And so I
Love it.
wanted
And
to
so
add,
real quick, somebody was
yeah,
asking.
after you, Nick, go ahead.
Somebody was asking in the chat what a tag is, and I'm just gonna
Oh yeah, there you go.
find it real quick. A
You
tag
want to
is a
take that one, Nick?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I'll take
Okay.
that one. A tag is essentially a label for your contacts. That way, like if you're trying to look for someone who is looking in a town called Anytown USA, if you have a tag Anytown USA, you'll bring up all those people. If someone in your database loves cats, if you tag all of those people cat lovers, look up by that tag, search by that tag cat lovers, all those people will come up. That's what a tag is.
And
Yes.
Rob, something else we just implemented, and I told Leslie about this, is we appointed city ambassadors. So we took all the cities that we sell in around our area, and we pulled 1 or 2 people, depending on how big the town was, from our sphere and asked them to be a city ambassador. And what a city ambassador is someone that's like our sneezer, someone that's going out, that's telling anyone they know about Zold, but also someone that's heavily involved in their community, that knows what's going on, that can tell young moms where the best parks are in their specific town. And so we look at them to be a person that we can go to if we have a buyer that's looking in their city. And so that helps with lead gen. We love on them, they love on us, and we connect them with good people that are moving into their town. So that's been a huge win for us. And we pull those lists by tags. So if I want to pull all my city ambassadors, they're labeled with city ambassador, and then they're also labeled with their city that they're the ambassador for. And we can pull that list and love on them, or provide them with information, or connect them with someone in our database.
Did
So
you
that's
say
been super cool.
sneezer?
Sneezer. Yeah, we want to create as many sneezers as possible.
I think we got that
What
one
is
from
that?
our coach.
We got that one from
What
our
is-
maps coach.
What does that mean?
The sneezer is, well, like think about when you sneeze and it gets all over your table and no one wants to
Oh.
eat from it.
Or if you,
Yeah.
and so if you go to a good restaurant and you have a really good experience, you likely are telling everyone about that restaurant that lives in that area. So
So it's like a
the same-
sneeze, in that the sneeze
Yeah.
particles go everywhere. So someone who is a fan of yours will tell everyone.
You want to love on your sneezers so they sneeze on everyone else.
Yes.
Love that.
Got it. Got
Yeah.
it. So I want to just point out here, Trent and Carissa, and to everybody that's listening in right now, if you guys haven't noticed, they are really, really good at their operations side. They have tagged their and segmented their database so they can proactively communicate with their database. This is huge in Command. So if all of you guys are taking notes right now, this is it. The simple steps of tagging and segmenting can really grow your pipeline. And Trent and Carissa, you guys are the success story to this. So Carissa, tell us a little bit about just your role in the operations side, and we're going to walk into the
Well, I just have
discussion
a
of
quick
opportunities
question.
and checklists.
Wait, I want
Yeah.
to go back. I want to go back for a second. Sorry, because
Yes.
somebody in the chat.
Oh,
came
somebody
up
asked a
with
question.
a good question
Mhm.
that I want to. Sorry, I don't know who it was, but it was a good question. So your city ambassadors,
Mhm.
do you do anything special for them? That was the question. Did you do anything special for them? And did they know that they're a city ambassador?
Yeah. So I sent them to invite them to be a city ambassador for us. It was a mailer, a little card from us with a note in what our intention was for this program and how we looked at them as someone that was heavily involved in their community, someone that knew the ins and outs of all the neat restaurants, businesses that were coming to town, etc. And then within that, we provided a little gift. I think it was a Starbucks gift card was the first gift that we gave them. And if they wanted to accept this role, there was a QR code at the very bottom, and they would scan the QR code, and then there was a form that they filled out, and it was their name, email, phone number, all the basics. And then I asked a series of questions. What's your favorite restaurant in town? What's your favorite park? What do you like to do with your family? Anything we know that we should know that's coming in your city. If we were to do an Instagram reel featuring Edina, Minnesota, what would you recommend that we would include in that reel? Things like that. And so what was super cool is I sent the mailer out, and then within 48 hours, answers started coming in on our Google form. I'm like, oh, it's working. It's so exciting. And people loved it. We got texts, we got phone calls. They were like, thank you so much for thinking of me. I am honored. That's amazing. So it was really, really, really cool. We just started this summer, and the intent is that we will also host quarterly events for these people, whether it's virtual, maybe it's something in person, or we segment them out into smaller groups and we bring them out to dinner, or we meet their families at a park and we have an ice cream truck that shows up, something of that nature. So we're going to love on them throughout the year, and we're going to be very intentional about it. And I'm also looking for them to provide us information on their city. Because there's things that we can't talk about with our clients. We can't talk about necessarily the schools, and you should really move here because this is a really good elementary school. And they can talk about certain subjects in regards to things like schools. So yeah, it's been really cool. I'm excited about it.
I got severely screamed at through the chat for interrupting Leslie. I wasn't trying to interrupt Leslie. There was a moment there, and I felt there was a question that was relevant to what Carissa had just said. So I wanted to expand on that. Leslie, you're doing an amazing job.
Thanks, you guys. It's all good.
Please,
It's all good. I love my biggest fans. Love you, Liz. Love everybody out there. Love you, Monica. So
please ask the question that you were just about to ask before I so rudely interrupted you.
yeah, no, let's go back. Let's go back. So, okay, they're experts, you guys, at managing their database. This is where the money's at, right? So if you're going to take anything out of this, do the simple homework of tagging and segmenting. So Carissa, I would love, because this is my biggest passion about Command, if you could talk a little bit about opportunities and your amazing checklists.
Yeah. Oh, I was so excited to implement this. And why I was so excited is because I found myself in the infancy stages of taking on operations within our team, was that I was sending so many emails that essentially said the same thing to clients. And although I love to talk to our clients and love to personalize emails and send them out, it got to be a lot. And so when Command came out with checklists in opportunities, so for those of you that are unfamiliar, when you take an opportunity and you put it into the different phases, there is I think it's in the upper right, Leslie? So if you click on the opportunity, isn't it in the upper right?
Yes.
There's
yes.
a checklist button, and
That's
you
right.
can customize that checklist. KWRI has already provided us with a generic checklist. I would encourage you to go in, spend some time, and customize it for yourself. We decided to reserve our Market Centers conference room one day, and we had flip charts and all the things, and took a deep dive into our process and listed everything we do. Even silly things, you guys, like sign has been ordered, sign has been installed, reached out to the loan officer, no update, all is well, reached out to the title company, everything's moving along perfectly, things of that nature. We added everything. I mean, I think there's one phase where we have 32 checklist items. Now that may be excessive, and your operations people are like, oh goodness, but I can click 7 things at one time, most of the time. And so we customized our checklist. I utilize that in every opportunity that we have. And the beauty of this is every time I check a box, you can control when that client gets an update. So we choose to have our client receive daily emails at 9:30 a.m. And they receive an email from us, and it's whatever is in Trent's marketing profile. I always have the emails come from the agent. I want to empower them, make sure that they're at the front of the transaction. So our client will receive an email from Trent, and it says, hey, we're checking things off the list. Here are the tasks that we've completed. And it shows everything that we have done the previous day. I also was telling Trent this morning, so many things in our world have become automatic, and there's a lot of robots speaking to us in our email. And so a way to separate ourselves and make sure the client feels like this process is catered to them and we're customizing it to them. In your opportunity in the different phases, you can actually go ahead and add an item. So let's say I have my Zold checklist template, and I'm working with Leslie and Nick to buy a house. And I texted Leslie, letting her know that the stager would be here to drop off the vase on Thursday. Maybe I'm adding that in the checklist. Texted Leslie this, a reminder, the stager will be there to drop off the vase on Thursday. And so that's included in that automatic email. Now, if I'm on the client end of things and I'm receiving this email, I'm looking at that being like, oh my goodness, they're actually catering this process to me. It's not something that we're just, oh, I got this email, but then you start to doubt it. Did that really happen? You know, we're a product of our environment, right? And I know I receive things from loan officers and just random shopping things. And it's like, your order's been shipped. I'm like, well, has it really? Or is this just an email that's received? Because it's been 5 days since I ordered it. So anyways, that's how we heavily use checklists. And I would really, really encourage you, if you're the rainmaker, lean on your operations. This is their bread and butter. They love this type of thing. And spend a day and just go through your process, write every little thing down that you do and include that with the fitting phase.
The key, I think, there is into the minutia. Like what we think is not a big deal, they think is a big deal. So blasting it out to my market center to 210 agents. Like some people wouldn't put that on their list, but to a seller, they would see that and go, oh my gosh, my house has already been exposed to 200 agents. That's incredible. Yes. And so really think deep into every single step along the way and put it in there, because we talk about it all the time. When we go out and we meet somebody who just transacted that we didn't know prior, and we say, very cool, congratulations. How was your experience? And if they say it was negative, you guys know why. It was communication.
Yeah. Right.
They felt like they didn't know what was going on. And this checklist thing, which by the way, half of what she just told you, I didn't even know happens. She's
like, how it's supposed to work.
I'm sitting here going, wow, that's really cool.
And you know what's really cool about it, you guys, is on the checklist. I'm so passionate about it. Can you tell?
I know. I know. I love it.
You can add your audience. Yeah. So let's say Nick referred us a client to and that wanted to purchase a home in Minneapolis. I could add Nick as someone to keep updated on the transaction. How cool is that? That's instead of reaching out to him. And by the way, if he's with another company, you've literally just set the stage for Keller Williams because they've experienced the process. So amazing.
So what I love about what you guys are doing is that, you're sending these checklist emails, the client emails out first thing in the morning, and you're essentially answering questions of your clients before they even have a chance to ask those questions. And that's what's so great about the client checklist, for them to know what you're doing to get their home sold every single morning, right? Like send an email to every agent in our office, ran a Facebook ad, door knocked the neighborhood, sent just listed postcards. Like these are things that they're going to spend time calling or texting you about, and you can just answer those questions before they even come up, which I think is great. So when we wrap up, I want to discuss you have, oh man, there's so many things to ask you.
I know.
Let's talk about post-close. Let's talk about post-close. There's so many things that if you guys want to learn more about the Zimmers, go to Spotify and look up our podcast, Command Your Business, and listen to the podcast with them. It's about 45 minutes and they dig a lot deeper into it. We only have 25 minutes here. So go check out Command Your Business on Spotify and listen to their episode. Shameless plug, and I'm not ashamed. Okay, so I just want to say you guys have a great post close where like you not only have these smart plans and automation going on throughout the transaction, but you have them after the transaction. Talk a little bit about how those look.
Yeah, so we have two separate post-closed tags, one obviously for buyers and one for sellers. The one for sellers is pretty quick and simple. I think it's like 3 or 4 steps. You guys can actually access those. I published them to the library. So if you just go either search my name or search Zold, you'll find the team post Zold, which is the seller smart plan. And then you'll find the buyer post Zold, which is obviously the buyer one. And the buyer one is I like more because it just gives me an opportunity to ask for, how was your first week in the home? Do you need a contractor? By the way, can you leave me a review? Here's the links. It takes a lot of the pressure off and automates me having to reach out and ask for it, right? So one less click, one less call, one less text message. And the thing that I really like about it actually is that we use Twilio to send these, and it introduces them to our Twilio line, which we use heavily for what we call our Zold Inner Circle. So once you transact with us or you refer us business, you become part of the Zold Inner Circle. And a lot of our communication is via text message. Now, people are going to get a text from that number and think it's garbage. However, if they got texted from that number on closing day as an introduction saying, congratulations and thank you so much for working with us, we really appreciate it. This is the line that we use to communicate opportunity, whether that's investment opportunities, it's client events, it's giveaways. We give away tickets to sporting events. So don't unsubscribe, keep this number saved, and know that if we ever text you from here, it's because we want to, we want to communicate with you. And so it sets the stage for us to continue to communicate with them through that line of communication. And that's one thing that I love about it. The buyer post-close system is about, I think it's either 7 or 9 steps. And it's fairly repetitive from like week 1. Then it does the same thing on like day 14 or 17 or something. And then it does the same thing at the end of the month. And it's basically a 30-day long touch plan. And it's worked really well. Mm-hmm. People enjoy it. It's simple. If you guys want to go in there and download it and tweak it to fit your brand, go for it. But are there any other questions, Nick, do you have specific to those plans that I can answer? Because they're really pretty simple. And if you go in and look at it.
A lot of people are just asking where they're going to find them in the Smart Plan library. So explain where to find them in the library.
Yeah. So if you just go into Smart Plans, so hit the little icon on the left of Command, go in and search. I think if you search my name, they'll pop up.
Yeah.
I might have created the one under our team though. So, but they both have the word Zold in it. So if you search the word Zold, that's Z-O-L-D, you should see a handful of different plans come up. One is our Facebook ad lead plan, which a lot of that's from you, Nick. And then you'll see team post Zold, which is for the seller, and buyer post close, which is for the buyer. So it's really nice. Once
I just pulled them up, search Zimmer, Z-I-M-M-E-R, and a lot of them show up there, guys.
Okay,
Perfect.
thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Sensational.
So what's really great is Carissa, once it gets the file closes, she tags it with
Which
Either-
my checklist tells me to. It says tag,
Tag.
client, post, Zold. So I go in, and if there's a couple, or maybe there's 5 people involved in the transaction, tag all of them so they all get the smart plan.
Yep. So then one is post Zold, and I think the other one is post, whether it's buyer or seller, and then that begins the smart plan.
Cool.
You guys are awesome. Always fun
Amazing.
talking to Carissa.
Yay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you
Always
guys
fun
so
talking to
much.
Trent, it's nice talking to you too. I'm just teasing.
Oh yeah, Trent.
You guys are awesome. Give them some thumbs up and
Thanks.
likes and hearts and claps
Send
in
them
the emojis.
Thanks for having
Guys,
us.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trent.
Bye,
Thanks,
thanks,
Krista.
guys.
Bye.
All right, so now we have a panel. Let's bring in our panelists, Jim, Jamie, and Randy. Are you guys all there? Let's do a little gallery view here. Hello.
There we go.
I will let you guys introduce yourselves. We'll start with Randy. What's up, Randy?
Good morning, everyone. I apologize. Mother Nature is very, very cruel. I am sitting in the Orlando airport because I needed to make sure I got here so that KW was being represented at NAR this year. So I ended up on a very early flight.
Well, you have
That's
better
okay.
Wi-Fi than Rob.
Yes, that is a true story.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, Randy, in about 15 seconds. Who are you?
Rapid fire, here we go. My name is Randy Brandt. I work in Southeast Michigan. I've been a realtor for about 6 years. I'm a solo agent working on building my team, and Command has been my saving grace.
And Randy has doubled her business year over year since she started using Command. She's going from 6 million to 12 million, maybe 15 million this year. So that's pretty awesome. And she owes a lot of that to diving deep into Command. Jamie, what's going on? Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are in about 15 seconds or less.
Hey, I'm in Boise, Idaho. I've been with KW for creeping up on 6 years. I'm never going anywhere, and a big part of that is Command. In fact, I'm hovering around 16 million, shooting for 20, and my business is 100% on Command. And in fact, it has also prevented me from needing an EA. So it's been great.
One of the
Good savings,
one of
good
the
leverage.
One of the funny things that Jamie told me was when she gets recruiting calls from other brokerages, she goes, "Hey, can I ask you a question? Do you guys have Command?" "Oh, you don't?" "Oh, okay, then I gotta go."
I love it. I love it.
Jim, what's up? I'm not gonna even attempt to pronounce your last name because I never get it right. So
Well-
let's finally hear it. What is it?
Yes, please.
I was gonna say, my whole contract included you pronouncing my last name, so I guess I gotta.
Dude,
But no, it is Jim. My last name is pronounced Archie Diagono. I am here in Wilmington, Delaware. I represent I service the Philadelphia area down in the Delaware into Maryland. I also represent KW Sports and Entertainment as well. I am just getting ready to finish up my 3rd year in business. I've closed 110 units for just about under 40 million. I'm on pace to get to 15 million this year, and I've delved into Command since day one when it was introduced.
Wow,
Awesome,
that's
dude. I love
incredible.
Awesome.
So let's talk a little bit of, let's start with Jim, because Jim's had some great success with Facebook and using campaigns. And I just want to talk a little bit about what that looks like. Jim, talk about what kind of ads you're running in Command and what's working well for you and which ones are converting.
So I have a very strict regimen of how I run my Facebook ads. I run a Facebook ad every week, and it can be just a simple, North Wilmington homes for sale, in this zip code or whatever it may be. I do different themes every week, so that way it's not the same theme every week. And then I'll piggyback that off of, if I have a listing come up, I'll also promote that listing as well. Everything I've kind of piggybacked off of what you've taught us in the classes that you teach, being consistent, doing it every single week. I literally have the same amount I spend every week, and I get the leads come in, nurture them up. In fact, I just had one yesterday for 3 different clients that reached out from the ad that I posted this Sunday. It'll probably be It was a $500,000 house. So, you know, if I get 3 clients out of that, we're looking at 1.5 million in volume on a $25 ad. I'll take that
Amazing.
return on investment all day long.
Yes.
Jim, talk about the budget that you set. You said everything's the same and you run the same consistent way. Can you
So-
talk about that?
Yeah, so consistently I run the generic Facebook ad for the homes and whatever. I target different in here we go by school districts a lot. So I will target a different school district each week. I have 3 that I kind of rotate. So I just literally spend $5 a day for that week. I put it in every Sunday night. So that way it hits Monday morning. And then it goes to Sunday of the next week. Every week I just have those ads consistently go through. And I've had clients reach out to me just because they see the Facebook ad on their Facebook feed every week. They're like, you must sell real estate because you keep showing up on my Facebook ad. Then when I do listings, then it depends on, a higher price range listing. I'll spend a little more money on that one. But then I go back when I'm in my listing presentations, be like, look, this is what I do. We have a partnership with Facebook that puts our Facebook ads out there to the masses. This is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to run you as a specific Facebook ad for your house, and it's going to go out to the area, 30-mile or 25-mile range around your area. And, people are going to see your listing just more than if it's on the MLS alone. So it's been really helpful. And I get listing appointments all the time. They just see me pop up on their Facebook.
So it's
That's
interesting because the
amazing.
consistency of your Facebook ads aren't just getting leads where people are opting in.
Nope.
They're getting phone calls like, hey, you seem to do a lot of business around here. You list and sell a lot of homes. I like your marketing. Want to come take a look at our house. So you have incoming phone calls from people like that, right?
100%. Every, once a month, I at least get one call that says, I saw your ad posted on Facebook.
Jim, can you-
Consistency, isn't that incredible when you're consistent?
Yeah, it is. Jim, can you tell the audience a little bit about the smart plans that you're using? Because a lot of people are asking if you have a particular smart plan that you use, or are you using Nix? Give them some insight so they can go download some.
So the great thing about smart plans is there's a whole library of them out there. So I actually kind of made a hybrid smart plan. I kind of have some of Nick's smart Facebook. When I first started, I used Nick's Facebook smart plan 100%. And then I just kind of added some that were kind of more local specific, like, generic stuff in there. So it didn't look like it was just like a robot. They knew the area, like I would throw in there, maybe a text message like, if you're not looking in Brandywine School District, do you happen to be looking in a different school district? So it kind of gives you that more localized message out there. So they don't think it's just a robot sending them, they think like, hey, maybe this person is a real person, you know what I mean? Like, let's connect with them. So, I was just telling this in my market center yesterday, there are so many great smart plans out there that are given to us for free. We don't need to reinvent the wheel by trying to figure out how to word the perfect smart plan. There's a library of people out there like Nick and Marty Miller and all of them out there that put the smart plans out there. Just use them for now when you're starting. And then when you kind of get, into it more, then start building off of that.
Can I piggyback that real quick?
Yeah.
So I have a smart plan set up for when I have listings, and I create a smart plan for that specific listing. So when the lead is captured, within an hour, that person gets a text message. And I know that, time is money. Nick and I were kind of talking about that. Time is money. So I created a smart plan that they get an instant response, because there's like a 90% probability that they found the listing on their phone and not on a computer. So they get a text message, and then within 12 hours, they get a follow-up email. And then I've got within 24 hours to call and connect with them. But it also calls a spade in that initial text message, because it's linked through the Twilio account in Command. So my system's working even if I'm out to dinner or with another client, which is part of what I love. I think that's massive value add. I say, hey, I'm not a robot. I would just notice that you were checking out the listing. I've got a link to the listing, and it's got my own language. So it feels like a person, even though we all know at the bottom of that Twilio text, it says press stop to opt out. So I know I've got one chance to capture them to make it seem like they're talking to a person. And then because Command is so amazing and speaks to our cell phones because we have an app, I also have an update that says this person responded to the text message and this is what they said. And then it's my job to follow up at, using whatever resources I choose to. But that's one of the things that for me is like a mind blow. Like you just don't get that on other systems. They don't speak to each other like Command does. I didn't get paid to say that, by the way.
I was going to say, I love you, Jamie.
That was the
I
script.
love, I mean, it's good
That's
stuff.
amazing.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
I love that little sentence you add. Hey, this is Jamie. I'm not a robot. I'm a real person. Because, texting laws, there has to be that disclaimer, like press stop to opt out. It's only the first text that it indicates that on. But to say that you're not a robot and you're a real person, that probably increases your response rate or decreases your unsubscribe rate. So I want to talk, Jamie, you like to use a lot of features, designs, campaigns, opportunities. You have a really kind of a cool way of using designs to keep your clients aware of like what's going on with their property. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, so through the design system, we've designed each of the tasks. Someone, forgive me, I don't recall exactly who, it might have been Zimmer's. They've got each task that links to an update with their client. So, as soon as they've signed a rep agreement and we're ready to start searching for a home on a buyer's side, they get information on what that looks like and what the next steps are. Once we find a home, then we've got a design layout that is just kind of a plug and play for either me personally, or if you have an EA, then you can just plug in the picture of their property, because I like them to know that I'm working specifically with them. They're not getting something that's generic. So they get a picture of their home. Congratulations, you're pending. Here's the dates, where the earnest money goes, what the earnest money is, blah, blah, blah. They get that each stage of the game. And then they also get it post closing. We all know that staying close to our database and not just disappearing the day you get your paycheck is really critical. So they also get a recommended referral list if they need contractors or any of those things. And also a forms questionnaire requesting feedback and, a posted review. But all of that stuff has been pre-constructed through the design center. So then it can go through and link with that specific contact, and it automates. So once we update that task to pending, then they automatically get this email, or the system tells me, hey, Jamie, you need to do this email. Here's the basis of it, fill in these blanks, and then I can push send.
That's awesome.
So they're all getting the same thing that's specific to them, that's at a high level, that's not being recreated with every single client, because we don't have the time to do that.
And can I just say, by the way, if you guys are all kind of like zooming out a little bit, everybody that we've heard from so far has set up their systems. They are on top of their database. They have a system and model in place, and they all put it in Command. And this is the result of successful people here. So I'm super excited that you're even diving into that detail, Jamie. Thank you.
I found that the biggest reality that people don't go into Command is because it's scary. You've got your database somewhere else. You're concerned about the gap, between if people are going to get dropped, what it's going to look like. And I'll say hands down, I mean, Jason Abram called a spade. Gary Keller calls a spade. Command sucked in the beginning, and it was a bummer, but people fought through, and KW fought through and put the time and the money into it. And even just in the last couple of months, it is just a well-oiled machine that has eliminated the gap between bringing your database in, being a nightmare, and having to tweak things. I mean, just the exporting your database and importing a different one, it's not as scary as we think. And there's people in every in every marketplace that's here to support you with it. Just rip the Band-Aid off. Things are starting to shift and some markets are slowing down. Do it now. So when you're up and cruising in January, you're ready to dial it in and support your clients at a high level.
Jamie,
I love
you,
that you mentioned that.
Jamie,
Go
you
ahead,
mentioned
Randy.
that you
Oh,
allow that
right.
this allows you to not have an EA.
Yeah.
There's some people in the chat saying, how does that even work? How can you do this on your own without having someone run it? Can you talk about that just for a couple minutes?
Yeah, I focus on my one thing throughout the day. So I've got, kind of my daily routines in the morning, and I pop into opportunities. It's the very first thing I do when I get into command. And that tells me who I've got, where they're at. And that tells me what I need to do, how I task out my day. I was feeling a little gap of like, oh my God, I'm going to forget people. There's too much going on. I don't know where I'm at, but if you leverage every piece of that opportunity, including the tasks, you know exactly what you've done, you know exactly what you need to do, and you know who you've got. I mean, it's all on one screen. It's the most palatable. It's like working with Apple, like it's dummy proof. If you click on it and break it down, you have to be willing to work with someone or read how to do it if you don't have it set up yet. But you also had to learn how to be a realtor. So respectfully, suck it up, do the work, spend some time, and then you can put it on cruise control. I mean, you don't get into fifth gear without 1 through 4, right?
Love you, Jamie. Amazing.
Hashtag tough love. Hashtag tough love from Coach Jamie.
Well, and
I
want to
love
go
it.
to Randy. I want to go to Randy next, but just to summarize real quick, I love to just say, I love that you mentioned the shifting market, and also you have to shift your mindset, because if you're continuing to do the same thing and expect the different results, well, we know is a little bit crazy, right? So if you guys walk away from this event today, what I want you to walk away with is you have to shift your mindset. No challenge, no change. If you're not going to put yourself into that uncomfortable spot to get where you need to go, then you're never going to change. So take the steps of just tagging, segmenting, diving into command one bit at a time. So Randy,
Love it.
we want to hear from you.
I actually am going to piggyback off of Jamie real quickly, because I was one of those that when I joined KW, I was paying a ton of money to have another CRM system with a website and all of this hoopla. And it did nothing for me. After 6 months, I had spent a ridiculous amount of money. And so I stepped back. I dove into command because I did start with KW during the pandemic. So I had nothing else to do. And it's with the shifting market, you're going to want to look into how you can be a little bit more conservative. What you don't want to do is take away your marketing dollars. So if you are spending money on your CRM or your database, things like that, look into why. I own my own, my domain, it's mine. It's linked to my KW website. So it's all right there. Everything is at my fingertips and just throughout command. Okay.
So
that was my spiel.
Randy, I want to talk. I just have a very simple question for you. So you're going, well, maybe it's not so simple, but you're doubling your business from 6 million to 12, and you said that your stretch goal is 15. So I know you can get there. What was it about command that you felt really helped you get to that next level in your business?
The ability to keep everything at, like they said, on one screen. I do work with dual screens. I have them with me. I have my second screen up right now. Command is always up. When I looked, and I have to give a shout out to my office, KW Lakeside. They are supporting and watching all of us right now. So if they go into my office, they see my beautiful new board that my marketing lady created. I have 17 buyers and 13 listings, and I just added another one last night, that'll go live in 2 weeks. Like, my brain, as great as it is not going to create all of that. So within command, I see everybody and I have all of those tasks so that I know exactly who I need to talk to at the given day and what about. The biggest thing that we see when people are using command and they're failing at it It's because they're not actually contacting the client. They're allowing the email. They're allowing the Twilio text message. You still have to be top of mind with your clients or even your contacts, those who haven't become clients yet, in order to become a person, and then to convert them over. So that's really the biggest help I've had. Now, granted, I was on a flight this morning, and love you, Delta, but your Wi-Fi was not helpful. So I did still have my notebook with me. And then when I was waiting here, it's going through and seeing, okay, I have 3 hours. Who do I need to call? And it's all of my sellers right now. And it just keeps you organized, because otherwise I would completely lose it. If it's not written down, it does not exist in my world. So having that one page right there, and I know exactly what I need to do with whom, that is also part of my daily schedule. I have literally an hour and a half of command. It's not part of my opportunity finding. It's just another part of my day that I block out.
I was on a piggyback off Randy real quick. I have the same exact thing. I have a second screen here that's completely command. I can move the camera if you don't believe me, but it just sits there. And I time block the same thing, and I go through and I make sure all my tasks are done. I even throw tasks in there that don't even have anything to do with real estate sometimes, like a reminder for something else. And it's on there because I know my screen is always up. And it goes back to being consistent and time blocking that out every single day. I come to the office, or if I'm at home, and the first thing I do is I log on, and my home screen is command. Like, it doesn't go, I don't get piggybacked into going down a rabbit hole and starting Google and other stuff. Command's the first thing that pops up on my website, on my browser, and I just go to work with it and start right away. And it's been, very helpful to keep me organized for sure.
I think another value plug is the app is exponentially better. You meet someone, you add the contact just like that from your cell phone. In fact, I moved the command app to the closest thumb. Like, it's no longer my text message, it's command, because it's got everything. It's got my tasks. And I think it's just in the last 3 months, Nick, that app is just, it's gone from 0 to 100. It brings up your tasks and to-dos on the main login screen. So you don't have to have your two computer screens. I've got the same two at the desktop that they do. And yes, that's a high level if you're in your office. And there's another tool if you're on the road and your office is your car.
Well, it's no different than, we treat our clients, we have to do the 36 touch minimum, right? Well, for me, at least, majority of my business is agent to agent referrals. So the ability to link with all of the KW family everywhere, and just go right through another tab within command, and I know exactly who I need to follow up with, whether it's they have given me a referral or vice versa, or even just I've sent out a, hey, it was great to meet you at Mega Camp, and then I follow up because I want to make sure I know somebody, because people are always moving, right? As much as I would love everybody to come to Michigan and hang out with me, it's not realistic. So I want to be able to have that, and you have to maintain those relationships and stay front of mind at all times.
Hey, so let me ask you guys this. So you guys are using command pretty much at 100% capacity, but if you had to choose one applet, I call it applets. Jamie emails me. She's like, I don't know what an applet is, but I'll tell you what I do in command. An applet is each one of the features. So contacts, designs, campaigns.
Tasks.
If there's one that you just love the most and just dive into regularly, what is it and why?
I'll start
Anybody
this
can
off.
start.
I think everybody should have an answer of contacts instantaneously. Because even though obviously, majority of us have probably gone through Bold and they say how many were in your phone. Well, I would love to say that all of the people that are in my phone that I've had since I was 16 years old, a long time ago, are in my database. They're not. So having everybody in your contacts and making sure they're updated as much as possible. For me though, it's the campaigning. I am doing campaigns constantly. Every time a new listing comes up, anytime I have an investment opportunity, because again, and I market it to the entire database. I don't know who's going to be interested in this property. And it just so happens that there is a KW agent in Colorado who is now working towards buying one of my investment properties. Would have never been a buyer for my seller if I wouldn't have sent it out. So command campaigning for me is super simple. You can use the designs there that are already templated out for you. You can create your new ones and download them. Campaigns are realistically, I'm doing 2 to 4 a week between emails and social media.
Love it. Love it. And Jim, how about you, man?
Definitely campaigns 100%. Not even just from the Facebook ads, which people kind of don't use command for this a lot. And you're throwing money out the window if you don't. Postcards through command. Postcards through command is so much cheaper than any other company out there. I send just sold postcards after every listing sells, just listed postcards, all through command. And you throw in, and they're like I saw in the chat, good quality too. They're great quality. I thought I had one on my desk, but and then I put a QR code on there that directs it to my website or my app or whatever I'm doing at that point. And I've gotten people click on that through postcards, and I've gotten business from. So command is definitely, I'll be 100% frank. I was on a team before now that didn't use command at all. And I always saw the value in command. So I always kind of ran a separate business through command, even though I was on a team that had a different CRM. And, I always just loved what command did from day one. Obviously it was a little clunky and like Jamie said, sucked, but it's gotten so great. And that app now is just awesome to use, like right at your fingertips. And I'm going to go steal her idea and put it right at my thumb right there. But the campaigns is what obviously generates business, and don't just use Facebook command, use everything else that's available in there as well.
Love it. Jamie, what about you? What is the one thing that is most important to you, or your favorite thing to use within command, something that you use every single day?
I mean, I feel like it's almost an impossible question to answer with one. Opportunities is probably my hottest thing. When we're balancing a bunch of clients and, wanting to make sure that we're being intentional and following up with our pipeline. I think from start to finish, that really helps me not only know where I'm at, but know who I'm working on, how I'm working on, and then who's post. So it helps me support a client from the minute I get them as a lead or a potential client, even if it's 6 months or a year down the road. I know exactly who to nurture, how to nurture every step of the way, from lead to past client.
And your market
Amazing.
center loves
You
you
guys
because
are
you
awesome.
have all of it there.
Yeah.
This has been a great panel. I love everything that you guys are doing and using and advocating. Rob, Leslie, did you have anything you wanted to ask before we wrap it up?
There are a lot of questions in the chat. Obviously, we don't have time to get to all of them.
Get to all 6,500 of them, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, we could go through them one by one here. I just, if Randy, a couple people are asking you, or asking in the chat, do you blast your database 2 to 4 times per week? Is that what you said?
No, so I do campaigning 2 to 4 times a week. Now that is including my social media campaigns, postcards, as well as emails. Oh gosh, no. If I did that, I would have clients berating me.
Yeah.
I generally will not send out more than 2 emails a week. And one will be, if it is for the entire database, and then the other one will be specific to a certain tag that I have. It's not always going to go, because then now you're just becoming annoying.
Right.
So it's really making sure that you are kind of that even balance. And again, making sure also that you're still picking up a phone. One thing I've actually done, because I know everybody hates the phone for whatever reason, what's happening, and this, which is our lifeline and our moneymaker, look at all the stuff. Nobody likes to actually do this. So I've actually gone into, now I will send a response, whatever it is. Sunday I showed a home that is a tear down, and I had to call the city to ask a few questions and to update these buyers, which I know were working, and I didn't want to wait till 6 o'clock at night to be able to speak to them. I sent them a video. It just said, hey, here's what I found out. This is what we got. Let me know when you're able to. Thank you, airport. So really just staying in front of your clients and putting a face to the name of them. It's exponential.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay. I've been
And you
asked to
still
give
have to
my
call
overview.
You still have to call them. Just
Yes,
just 'cause they're a
exactly.
lead doesn't mean they stay in your database. You still have to pick up the phone eventually and call them. They might not be active to buy the listing that I got the lead from today. But I
Yes.
literally just had someone say this morning, I'm not ready now, but I'm going to be in 6 months. That was worth it.
So, with anything from this panel today, you guys, thank you so much for being on this panel. Everything that you mentioned has been so valuable to the audience. Number one, download your KW Command app if you haven't done so already. This is huge for connectivity to know when leads are coming in, when contacts are being updated, etc. All of that good information is right on your mobile phone. Number two, go check out Facebook ads. If you haven't made one, we have that exclusive partnership with Facebook. Pour into Facebook ads, go talk to your Market Center tech trainer or your RTT, discuss how you can create your first one. And from then on, always look at your contacts if you're brand new to Command. Secondly, opportunities is where it's at because you can level up your service to your clients and also get referrals and grow your pipeline. Nick.
Wow, you are really paying attention, Leslie.
An amazing, yeah. I am.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys being here. Awesome panel. Give them some thumbs up and hearts and likes. I just want to say before our next guest.
Give a shout out to Nick, Rob, and Leslie. You guys are awesome. You guys keep doing what you guys do. Nick, you've definitely changed how I do my business over the last couple of years, and I really appreciate you, man. So thanks a lot for having me. Everybody have a great day.
I appreciate that. I promised myself I wouldn't cry today. So appreciate that. That's super nice of you. I just want to say, I want to address a couple things in the chat. The purpose of today's event is not to demo Command for you. You can find demos on Connect, YouTube, answers.kw.com. You can find demos everywhere you turn your head, right? Today is not for that. Today is to hear from agents from all walks of life and different levels of business, how they're doing it and what they're doing with it. So if you want demos, you can find those anywhere. We're not going to bore you with that. We want you to hear real experiences. That's what today is for. So if today's event is not for you because you want to see demos, then that's all good. It's not for everybody. So just wanted to address that for a second. Hey, everyone, we have the guy with the best hair in the business, and he's also president of KW. His name is Mark King. Here he is, everybody. Give him a round of applause.
Oh, stop it. No, everybody stay on. This is for you. I'm going to demo Command right now.
Don't leave until Mark is done.
Oh, so sorry. Yeah. Stay until I'm gone. No, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for that. It's interesting because a lot of times I get accused, Nick, of you're trying to sell Maps coaching. You're trying to sell mortgage. You're trying to sell Command. You're trying to sell us on something. I just want to put it out there. You will never meet anyone with less of a hidden agenda than myself. I'm pretty much a open shut book. I'm not that exciting. I'm not that inspirational. My foot and my mouth are the same size for a reason, but I do want to have a very high level conversation with all of us if we can today. And it's specifically around this business that we love and staying a fiduciary at the center of the transaction. So let's jump into this, and I'm happy to do any questions you have, but I kind of want to start off, Leslie, I want to go back to the foundational fundamentals that have not changed. And those are building a database, feed it every day, communicate with it in a systematic way, and then service all the leads that come your way. That's how I was taught. And by the way, you can't use the same word to make rhymes, apparently, but they did. And so I was taught how to build a real estate business with that simple thing in mind. And from the very beginning of my sales career, I knew I was in a race against time to build an amazing database because I knew the bigger my database, the more money that I got to make and the bigger life I got to lead. So that was drilled into me at an early age in this business in my mid 20s. Because, I've been in the business about 10 years, Nick. 21
What?
years, right? And so that was drilled into my brain. So now, whoa. So now what happens is all that's changed, team, is I used an at a glance. I know I sound so old. I'm not that old. But I used an at a glance calendar to build all of my appointments with, to build my database. And I would always add someone to my database. I had the whole trick of on the back of my business card. Y'all remember those business cards? I haven't had a business card in 10 years.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why if you're curious. But on the back of my business cards, I had 4 slots. And so every time I met someone, I had a pen and a business card, and I go, well, Nick, it's so nice to meet you. I want to make sure I am a world-class partner to you if you ever need my services. So do you mind sharing some of your contact information? I'd love to connect with you. Oh yeah, great. So your name is Nick. What's your last name? Nick Baldwin. Cool. And what's the best way to contact? Oh, cool. Where do you live, Nick? Oh, I live in, okay, great, cool. Right. And that was just a conversation. But what I did is I went back to my team every day and said, put this in the database. Put this in the database. And back then, my team, we had this huge fight, and the fight was over top producer. And I had one person on my team who loved it and thought it was amazing. Another person said it didn't work. It was broken all the time. Another person got the spinning wheel of death all the time. And yet we had this huge fight over top producer. Sound familiar? Anyway, so the basis of my business was building an amazing database, having an awesome communication plan with it. We called it the 8x833 touch. If you're old like me, you remember what that was. And you can print money by having the right amount of people in your database and communicating with them the right way and A/B testing that communication. Then when you got leads, you had to be really good at what you did, because we're all in 2 businesses. One is whatever you do, and the other is lead generation. And so if you think about it that way, you can be the best brain surgeon in the world, but if I don't have any brains to operate on, I'm out of business. You and I are the same. So you have to have the thing you do, brain surgery, and the leads, brains to operate on. In our case, you have to be great at marketing, knowing the market, being the local economist of choice, selling houses, all those good things. And you have to have leads to sell houses with. It's fundamental business 101. We all get that. What's happened over the last decade or so is we've been in one giant Dave Chappelle skit. Did you know this? And what happens is the industry got so frothy, and we do it to ourselves. We got third-party lead aggregators. We got prop tech companies, and they're walking around in kind of a shady way, and they're going, hey, you want to buy a watch? You want to get some rev share? You want some stock? Right? I mean, it's just a weird, frothy thing. So the last class I taught in a market center was 2017, and the class was called Someone Has to Sell a Damn House. Now, that wasn't culturally approved, and I apologize, and I paid my fines for it. But what happens is we're all looking for the escape hatch from doing the one thing that actually builds amazing lives worth living. And that one thing is providing amazing service as a fiduciary, having a vested interest in the outcome for people who are they're in their largest, most complex financial transaction of their life, and they're counting on you to protect them, not to sling and burn deals, right? So when you think about that, I go back to, I got some great data. I love sharing data. Nick, you ready for this? You're going to see t-shirts at family reunion. I want everyone to get one, but you only get one if you're part of the super secret club. And that super secret club, I know it's exclusive, and everyone on this call can be in the club. In fact, everyone in our company can be in the club. It's that exclusive or inclusive. And it's called the 201 Club. And you're going to see black t-shirts like we tend to do around here. I'm hoping for V-necks. That's my big change. It's going to say 201 Club on it. I'm part of the 201 Club, some kind of design like that. Here's why that matters. I want all of us to kind of level set on what's happening in the industry right now. I'm going to try and get through this as fast as I can. You have a 25 to 33% drop in units off the high of 21 to what we think 23 will end up being. So 2021 is 6.1 million houses in the industry. By the way, Keller Williams represents 1 out of every 5 transactions in the United States. You'll write that down, share that with your friends, use it to build your profit share with. 1 out of 5 transactions in the United States has a Keller Williams agent on one side or the other. So how you go, Keller Williams, is how the whole industry goes. So when you see Keller Williams down 18% in units, you know the whole industry's down that or more, and it happens to be 22% more, right? So what happens is there's going to be less units. If you study shift, you know law of equilibrium. the number of agents will mirror the amount of commission dollars available to be earned. And therefore, the 1.6 million agents are likely going to drop 200,000 to 400,000 people over the next 24 months. You and I are okay with that because we want professionals doing this. If I'm gonna travel around the country, Nick, and be on panels and all that stuff and speak for our company and say, we are the company that believes in the fiduciary, then we actually have to live it. So if you're a part-time agent that just wants to sling houses, you don't care about your customers, you're probably not a fit for Keller Williams. Did he just say that? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Yep, see, I told you, foot, mouth. So let's go back to the 201 Club. Here's why that matters. For agents who have 201 people in their database, this is about building your database. This is fundamental, foundational 101 real estate. For those of us who have 201 people in our database in Command on any kind of smart plan, which is your communication key, make $116,000 a year in commissions. When the units drop, what's going to happen is you are protected. You might do 100,000 next year, but you don't go to zero because you have the foundational. You have, think of it this way, you have a storefront that has inventory on the shelves. When you have people in your database, it's not the houses, it's not the listings, you have humans in your database because life still happens to humans. The people who are going to suffer the most are the people who don't have a database. They don't have a collection of names, phone numbers, emails, email address, and physical address. They don't have those four things. And so if you have 201 people, those four items, you have them on any kind of communication plan. And by the way, you can't just set it and forget it with the spam that we send out. You actually have to lean in and be a likable person, as it turns out. Dang it. So 116,000, we can solve for that. 90% of our units right now go to the top 10% of our agents. 90%. Many of you are benefiting from that. And that's okay. What that means though is we had 130,000 agents in our company last month not sell a house. Now, before you go, oh my gosh, that's true every October. That's the industry that we're in. But in the season that we're in, and think of it this way, it's about the season. And all we're asking you to do is pay attention to the clothing and the tools. So in the wintertime in Detroit, if you're from Detroit, give me a shout out. In the wintertime, if you're a Red Wings
Detroit
fan,
in the house.
Whoop. And so what happens is I promise you don't go outside in a t-shirt and a shorts unless you're Nick Baldwin. And if you do over time, that exposure is going to cause some pain and some drama and all those things. Conversely, if you're in Austin, Texas, in the summer, you're not going out with your big coat and your hood and your gloves and all that stuff. That would be silly, unless you're going snake hunting, which is a thing they do down here. So the reason I bring that up is you are leaving a season where for 14 years you're wearing shorts and a tank top and flip-flops, and you're going to be forced to layer on. And how the Gore-Tex in your jacket matters, the wool around your hoodie matters, the lining and hand warmers inside your gloves matter. And all of that is provided to you for the cheapest amount in the entire industry. I have in my possession, I don't know, did Jason share with you this morning his magic code book? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you all like one?
Yes.
Get to 201 people in Command and I'll give you one. See what I did there? That's not fair. Here's the
It's
thing.
totally fair.
We'll give you one anyway, but just play along with it. This is, you know what this is? Has anybody gone over this with you?
No.
This is the genius of working with Gary Keller and Jason Abrams, man. I'm a sales guy. I love sales, but I love people. And I just want to be around people all the time. This is every way you can generate a lead, what it costs, every single site, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
You want to know what Real Geeks does and what it costs? You want to know what Sync, Chime, Boomtown, Command, Referral Exchange, Realtor.com, Rise, Opcity, Ojo. The list goes on for 3 pages. It's the most in-depth study of lead generation in our industry that touches a computer. That's the way I would describe it to you. It is fascinating. Let me just skip to the chase. Command is 1/5 the cost of the second cheapest thing on this entire 3-page list. So here's what I want us to understand. And this is, sometimes we get, Mark, you're trying to sell us on Command. You're trying to trick us. Here's the thing. I believe 5 years from now, there's going to be one company that exists that actually controls its own destiny. And that's going to be the company that doesn't go, and I apologize to any of our competitors. I said this from stage at Inman and offended some of our counterparts, and I'm sorry for it. I love all of them. They're all welcome to join Keller Williams. But what I said was, everybody is bailing out because it's really expensive to build tech. It's complicated to build tech, and all agents run their business a little bit differently. But here's what I do know. I am not going to sell out my company in this industry because it's hard to build tech. What we're going to do is we're going to lean in, double down, and we're going to do our best to make sure 5 years from now that we own and control our own data, that we don't have. Do you know there's a company on this list that I'm not allowed to talk about? This is the fun part. I'm not allowed to talk about, but in their disclosure, and they have a ton of agents on their platform, but do you know that you give up all your rights to marketing to everybody in your database when you join this thing? Nobody else does either. So, because nobody reads the disclaimer. That's never going to happen to you on command. You have our word on that, and our word is the only thing that matters. We're not going to sell all your data to marketing companies, which is how every one of these companies is going to survive in the downturn. So, long story short, I didn't tell you what name, right? I didn't mess up. So,
But just there is proof in the pudding there, Mark.
What's a rhyme?
Go ahead.
And I was going to say there is proof in the pudding there, Mark. It's in our tech right now. There is a database wipe button, and there are a lot of platforms out there that don't even have that.
Yep.
So we stand behind that description of what you just said of, you guys own your database. There's nobody else that does. And so if you're in a different CRM right now, read the fine print, just a heads up.
That's the best way I can say it without getting myself in trouble. Because by the way, that company has attorneys that tell us if we talk about it, if we protect our agents by sharing that, we could be in trouble. So, you know me, I tend to avoid lawsuits as much as possible until we have to really take it in. But I'd love to open it up. Any questions? No, it's not EXP. I don't want to blame them, but I do want to share with you. Let me give you a great analogy. And something I experienced. Can I just share with you? This is going to be blasphemous. Get ready. You might. Oh, this is being recorded. Okay, it was nice working with all of you. So I
love blasphemous.
I was a super fan of .loop, not because I'm the most detail-oriented person or whatever, but I sign a lot of documents, a lot of legal documents, a lot of contracts, a lot of those things. And because I grew up on .loop as my e-signature, I love .loop. I know how to use it. I'm at a master's level degree of .loop. And many of you on this call know what I'm talking about. It's so easy. I know exactly how to get right. And then I hear we're thinking about moving to DocuSign. And by the way, I'm one of the people who gets to weigh in on the decision. And I asked the question, well, why would we do that? I go to DocuSign and it doesn't work for me the way I want it to. It's a little clunky. I struggle with it. It took me more time. I hate wasting time. And if I have to read an extra thing twice, I'm like, what in the world? So I went through the pain, and it took me about 6 months of mumbling under my breath at DocuSign to truly learn how to use it. Now, the problem was me, not the actual product. So I love all of you, but here's the problem. The reason that we had to make the decision is .loop was purchased by a third-party aggregator that may or may not have your best interest as a real estate agent at heart, and not blaming anybody. And I'm happy for all companies to grow, and Zillow's done a great job building their business and all those things. But I'm going to go back to, and I appreciate our friends at Zillow, and I think they're helping a lot of people who otherwise don't want to lead generate or build a business or build a database. But at the end of the day, they're not creating more transactions, they're intercepting them. And so when you think about this from this perspective, and again, it's not blasphemous, our agents gave a lot of money to Zillow last year. You'd be shocked at how much money, and you'd be shocked at the cost per actual closing that we got out of that last year. But that's a different story for a different day. The reason this matters is I don't work at Zillow. Gary doesn't own Zillow. And until their price comes way down, that's not likely to happen, right? We can't protect people. This is, if any of you have kids, you know the struggles, because they just don't understand. I have a 15-year-old stepdaughter who is amazing and lovely and beautiful, and a giant challenge. I don't know if any of you have what I have. And by the way, I was a challenge at 15, as you can imagine, and they just don't understand why they can't stay out all night. They don't understand why alcohol is not allowed in our house. They don't understand why. It doesn't make sense to them, because their friend, they see something on TikTok and it makes more sense to them somewhere else. And it's just the values we've chosen to have at our household, right? So in a lot of cases, that agent coming in just doesn't understand why, or they're in it for a short term and they want to have a great year. They don't care about their career. They don't care about what happens to all other of the rest of us if the worst should happen down the road. So long story short, I believe going forward, you have 400,000 agents now that are powered by KV Core. And KV Core, that's what Remax just switched to. It's what EXP uses. It's what a lot of independent brands use. And you know, I made the comment from stage, I hope KV Core never sells, because I actually think they have a good product. I think that they do a good job. I think that you know, there's some pros and cons there. But the minute they sell to someone that doesn't have your interest at heart, we're in trouble. And it's a matter of time. You all realize we used to own, we don't even own our own name. We used to own Realtor, the name, and we owned Realtor.com. And we sold out as an industry and we privatized. You know who owns you right now? This is terrible. You know who owns Realtor.com? I think it's Rupert Murdoch, the guy that owns all the media companies.
Yeah.
That's who owns your title. We trademarked it and then sold it. And I don't know if y'all got a check. I did not get a check for Realtor.com. But the reason that matters is turn around and look at what's happened. And just as all the case study you need, what's the average referral fee from Realtor.com? Anybody know?
It was like 35% or something.
38% right now. So you've given up 38% of your commissions to a company that owns what you used to own. Now, none of you did it. It's not your fault. But that's what we're living in. So if you need any further evidence about this conversation, just look at that. So this is not a sales pitch for Command. I promise you 5 years from now, this is the only company that is going to make sure that we protect the fiduciary.
Love it, Mark. And the question in the chat that people are just yearning to know the answer to is, why don't you have business cards anymore?
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Here's why. Number one, I want you to think about, there's a bunch of people in town for masterminds. And so I'll show you what I do with your business card. And I mean this lovingly. So Paul and I met last night. I love Paul Jameson. He's an awesome human being. If you know Paul, give him a shout out. He's a top agent in the Carolinas. He's got an amazing property management business, etc. He gave me his card. It's a really cool card. It's actually one of those thick cards.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome. So here's the thing though. This will sit in my drawer. I have him on my phone. This will sit in my drawer, and then my assistant will make me clean up because I have to clean up every now and then. And the first thing I do is I'll throw Paul's card away. Not because I don't like Paul. I love Paul. But because I don't need his card, he's already on my phone. And he was in my phone before I got his card. So most people throw away your business card. So the reason I got rid of my business cards is that, number one, I don't want to be thrown away. I have self-esteem issues. Number two is this. I want to control what you think about me in the service industry. So here's what I did instead. And this started out, remember MySpace?
Yes.
So embarrassing. I had a whole business model. You think about the stupid, we should have a different conference on all the stupid things we've done as agents.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I was building a whole online reputation that I was convinced MySpace was going to be, what Facebook turned out to be. Of course, nobody knew Facebook was coming. And so very quickly I got off MySpace and I went to Facebook. But when I would meet someone as a sales agent, and they'd say, I'd say, do you have a card? Do I have a card? I would say, you know what if we became friends on Facebook? Because everybody was doing it. And so for two reasons. One is I got to know everything about you. You wouldn't tell me in person what about your kids, but man, on Facebook, I can find out everything I ever want to find out. I could stalk you. I don't want to stalk you. But the reverse is also true. I can control my reputation online. I can have a strategy on Facebook so that you learn more about me from my social media page than you do from my business card, and more than my business card would ever show you. So I don't want to be thrown away. I want to control my online reputation, and I want to learn about you. So for those reasons, I stopped business cards altogether. Today, that's morphed into LinkedIn. And so and the roles have morphed, but that's why those are the reasons. I don't know that it is the best thing for you to do. But for me, it was the right thing to do. I was the top agent in my board. I didn't want to keep passing out cards. I wanted to build a scalable business model.
True. I agree with that. I don't remember the last time I gave someone a business card. I go, just look me up on Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah.
There you go.
For sure.
Mark, thank you so much.
Is that it?
Give Mark all the
Thank you,
hearts and
Mark.
likes and thumbs up in the chat. We know
Yeah.
that you're busy over there running KW. I mean, we all know that you're the one running it. Let's be serious. Let's be honest.
No, it's not.
So we appreciate you being here, man, taking 25 minutes out of your day. So thank you so much. I know everyone got massive value. And go
Love
join Mark's Facebook group. What's your Facebook group, Mark?
Oh yeah, Wealth Building 2.0. Let me 30 seconds on this. Get your finances right now, because here's what happens. Two agents are walking into the market right now. Agent A, Agent B. Agent A has passive income from profit share, real estate investments, growth stock mutual funds, whatever it is, and it covers their monthly bills. Agent B has, like the rest of us, all-time record debt in mortgage, in car loans, in student loans, and credit cards. Who do you think is going to make better business decisions over the next 24 months? Agent A all day. So begin with the end in mind. We're all in this business to have a life worth living. Let's go get that passive income. Love y'all. Appreciate you. Wealth Building 2.0, Facebook.
Thanks,
Someone
Mark.
just posted it in the chat. So go join. He does a live feed every Friday where you learn a whole bunch of cool stuff. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, man. Okay, it's Stacy Sauls. What's up, Stacy?
Hi, Stacy.
Hi guys.
There
How are
we
you?
go.
Can you hear me?
So good to see you. Stacy, introduce yourself for everyone watching.
Sure. Hi, I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and have been with Keller Williams since 2011.
And Stacy runs a very large team. They're going to do 300 some odd units this year. And the cool part is they're 100% on command and you're 100% Sphere, right?
We are, yeah, and agent referrals. So we
Okay,
don't
so you have no paid leads with your
yeah,
team.
we call ourselves organically grown.
Ooh, I
Just
love
sounds
that.
really
I love
cool.
So take us through your team size. We just
okay.
talked about your main source of it. So tell us what your team looks like.
Okay, so team size is 14 to 16 agents, depending on the day. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it's currently 14. We've got 5 support staff. So a TC, listing coordinator, director of sales, marketing. I feel like I'm missing somebody, and a VA. And then the rest are sales. And we started the team in 2017. The reason we started the team was because I couldn't control the business that was coming in, which is a great problem to have, right? And was never supposed to be it was never supposed to be an issue, right? I got into the business wanting to make my paralegal salary. That was it. I was looking for a way to serve people and, make that, say, $50,000 a year is what it was for me in 2011. And so making contacts every day, started building it.
Oh yeah, I
Awesome.
remember when we were having our pre-interview, you had mentioned that you
Yeah.
just got into real estate because you were a paralegal. You wanted to just make at least the paralegal salary, right? But
yeah, that's what I needed, right? Yeah, I needed that to pay bills. So it was more, what do you need to pay your bills? That's it, right? And serve the people. And then making 20 contacts a day started making it a little crazy, a little hard to handle.
I want to talk about, I just have this because now I'm remembering all of the fun things that we talked about on your pre-interview. Before Command, tell everyone what you used as your database management system.
Okay. So what I love most about being on this today is that a lot of people have the opportunity to get into Command before the real estate train leaves their station, right? Mine was already going full speed ahead and I had no database. So what I had, I guess I had a database in a way. I had popsicle sticks and I had 3 cans. So just craft sticks, right? 3 cans on my desk. One was all my leads. So it'd have their name, contact info. And then I'd move them to the under contract can, and then I'd move them to the closed can. So by the time I was running around like a crazy person, I told our first admin hire, I'm a hot mess, please help me. She said, well, what's your database? These popsicle sticks and these cans. And her eyes lit up because she thought, oh, project. Great. So, and yes, I am still an ongoing project. And so she was able to take those popsicle sticks and put them into an Excel spreadsheet for us. And then later we dump them into Command. Ta-da!
Oh my goodness, that is the best story. Can you
And
hear-
also, who's eating all the popsicles?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. I got them from the craft store, like $1 for 100 bundle. Ta-da. I'm also very frugal. So I lead with revenue. I didn't have any.
I'm pretty sure my 7-year-old could eat enough popsicles for that system that you have.
There you go. Now
Like
here's
his
the issue
breakfast, lunch, and
is it's not systematized, right? So you have this can of popsicle sticks. Well, what the heck do you do with it?
Right.
I mean, you can't communicate with it in a systematic way. So they went into Excel, and then Facebook became my database. And I was really proud of telling everyone that Facebook was my database for a very long time. I thought it was great. This is how we get business. Well, I'll tell you what, I still do 20 contacts a day. And yesterday I went to invite some people to our Santa event and realized I hadn't talked to some people in 2 years. Now they're being touched through Command. Yeah,
Wow.
they're now being touched through Command. But for me, thinking that Facebook was going to be my database and that I had it all figured out, I was missing people because I had no tracking method.
Well, and
So-
what I love to hear next about your tracking method in Command is something that the audience can take away quite simply. And I remember, Stacy, that your recipe is very simple and yet you have set standards, right?
Yes.
So let's talk a
So-
little bit about that too.
Okay, so we downloaded the Command app on all team members' phones. We also put birthdays and anniversaries into the system. I think a lot of us worry, if I say make 20 contacts a day, well, what does that look like? Where do you get those contacts? So we don't do anything, right? Days go by without us doing anything. If you could just open your app and you have all the info right there and you know your contact list, there's no excuse not to do those first thing in the morning.
There it is, you guys.
Oh,
KW Command app.
Totally. Yeah. Well, I want to talk about the contacts applet. You guys are very specific about how you use it. You use the Command app very regularly as a team. Talk about because people were saying, how do you make these 20 contacts a day? Are they 20 calls? No, they're 20 contacts. If you've ever taken bold, you got to make 100 contacts a week, right? So the Command app is what you guys use to help you reach that. So how do you utilize that?
Yeah. And I do want to give a little disclaimer. I don't want everyone to think we've got it all figured out. This is pretty recent for us using this app. Now, I will say it has changed our world. But to be very clear, for the last 2 years, we haven't made the 20 contacts a day. We haven't. And
okay.
I failed our people from a leadership perspective because I thought I was doing my job. Here's a lead, go sell this person, ta-da, right? And when the market started to shift and we asked the team to make contacts, we said, let's track how many contacts you could do a week. And one of our team members said, oh, I'll make 3 this week. And I looked around the room and everybody just thought, okay, 3 contacts a week. And I thought, I have failed our people. So let's figure out how to make it easy. Let's figure out how to systematize it. So we are fairly, I want to say 6 months into really utilizing the app, letting them know, here's your contacts, here's what lead generation actually looks like, right? And we're getting amazing results from it.
And Stacy, there's
I love
so many, I do too. I love it. Sorry, Nick. There's so many people in the chat saying, thank you for being honest. I think it's really good for everybody to hear that you did fail forward. And, some people may think, oh, this event is just about everybody doing it perfectly, but so thank you. And I'm just going to say thank you for everyone there. So.
Yeah.
Well, also in the
absolutely.
chat, just so everyone knows in the chat, you can find the KW Command app in the Apple Store or Google Play. It is a must-have. It is your command on the go. And tell us about how your team is utilizing the home anniversary and happy birthday feature. Because on the dashboard of the Command app, it tells you who has home anniversaries coming up. Granted, you have to add the home anniversaries to those contacts, and who has birthdays coming up. You have to add those birthdays to the contacts, and then the system will tell you who has those two milestones coming up in the next 30 days. So tell us about how that's another way.
Yeah,
that you
it's
guys
pretty
do?
awesome. And then just communicate with them the way they want to be communicated with, right? So it could be a phone call, could be a text message, just log it in Command. And now you've got basically all your lead generation. And for me and our director of sales, we like to see who's in there, who's doing the contacts, right? Who's doing what they need to do to move the business forward. So it's been really, we've come a long way from Popsicle Sticks.
Yeah, a long way from Popsicle Sticks. Well, when Command first rolled out, it was kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, it was.
You know,
Well, that's kind of funny, actually. So we did, immediately go into Command because I love Keller Williams. Okay. And also, so I remember it rolled out, right? And everybody's like, oh, it's broken, it's clunky. I'm like, we are all broken and clunky. I don't know any of us that got our real estate license and all of a sudden did 100 deals and it was easy and nobody failed forward and we're just perfect. So I think now we're at the point where it's evolved and we put all the work into it to make the product where it is today. And I'm very happy with it.
You had mentioned to us that you kind of like some point within your Command usage, you started to look around at other platforms.
Yes. So here's the issue with being a leader and not buying into one thing is that your team members don't know what to do. They're thinking, okay, is Stacy 100% into Command? I don't know. Am I? Right? Okay, so this is earlier in the year. And I thought, you know what? I need to make a decision because here I am, what's the best thing for our business? So let's go demo everything. So we had our team members demo products and we just kept coming back to Command has it. Why are we overcomplicating everything all the time in this industry? It's here, use it. We didn't find anything else that we were willing to invest in that could do greater things than what we need for our relationship-based business.
No, I think that that's great. Like, you're curious, your eyes wandered a little bit, but then, you came back and you realized, listen, Command has everything we need. Why are we going to just move everything into a new system? So someone's asking, home anniversary obviously is something that's easy to get because if you closed on a property with someone, the day, the date. But how would you go about, asking someone when their birthday is? Like, is there a system that you guys have for that?
So you can find a lot of them on Facebook. Otherwise, you know what? Use it as an opportunity to pick up the phone and call the client and just let them know, hey, we're putting important information to our system. What's your birthday? We want to make sure that we recognize you on that day.
Yeah, I've always said,
recognize them.
Yeah, if you ask if you say, hey, listen, I'm updating my database. Just be honest. I realize I don't know when your birthday is, and I'm not gonna be able to celebrate it with you if I don't know when it is. I'm not gonna be able to send you cards and gifts.
Right.
Who's gonna tell you to like go fly a kite when you tell them that?
And some people you may just have to call them and say, hey, I realize I've been really bad at following up with you the last 5, 6, 10 years, whatever it is, right? And I just want to let you know I'm going to be better about that. That way they're not caught off guard. All of a sudden they're on your exciting event emails, right? Because you could do all that through Command too. Or, here's what our team is doing, doesn't feel so scammy.
Stacy, I have a sneaky suspicion that you're really good at tagging your database in Command.
I am not. Everyone else on my team is. But hey, I could be. But hey, technology is clearly not my thing, right? Or I would have not had Popsicle Sticks in the very beginning. But the great thing is that it's easy to use. So if I can use it, anyone can do it. That's kind of my superpower to the world. Everyone's like, well, Stacy can build a business. Anyone can do it. And at first I was offended. Now I'm like, you know what? Yes, anyone can do it. Follow the MREA, put everything in Command and make those contacts.
And Stacy, can you give the audience just a glimpse of now your team size and GCI in units?
Oh gosh, you know what? I don't know what total GCI is. I think we're going to hit about 5 million.
I know what it is. I have it right here in front of me.
Close to 5 million. I was trying to get over that 5 million.
That's awesome.
Wanted to get that diamond tier.
That's awesome. Good for you. And
so
first of all, we might say you're doing that with Command and your systems in Command, like people overthink things. Agents overthink, oh my goodness, she's doing 5 million GCI. Her systems must be so complicated. No, she's using the Command app. She's reaching out to people that she hasn't reached out to in a while, because Command will tell you that. She's reaching out to people who have upcoming birthdays, upcoming home anniversaries. You're probably using Neighborhood Nurture. You're using the quarterly call plan. These are all smart plans that you guys can download from the smart plan library and just start doing it. Don't overthink it. You can have 20 touches with 4 smart plans: home anniversary, happy birthday, quarterly call, and monthly Neighborhood Nurture. That's 20 touches. And then the rest is just kind of gravy and icing on the cake. You know, not together, because gravy and icing probably don't taste very good. But my point is, it's not that hard, and Command will do the work for you with those smart plans. It will tell you what you need to do and when you need to do it. And that's essentially what you guys have set up.
And from popsicle sticks. From
I could have
popsicle
said that,
sticks.
but yeah, she's like, well, we're going back to popsicle sticks.
No, I will never go back to popsicle sticks, because you know what? Command is our leverage, right? So while we're still making phone calls, we're still reaching out, we now have leverage in our business. So honestly, I can't wait to talk to you guys in a couple of years and let you know what the return on investment is. And I will say, when we did the demos with the other companies, one of my questions was, okay, well, how has everyone's business grown since using your product? And they had these fancy graphs. Well, look, volume increased. Well, everyone's volume increased because sales prices have increased, right? And my question was, what about their unit count? Give me something scalable, and nobody could answer that question. So I thought, well, if they can't scale it, then let me use Command where I know that I'll have an ROI.
I'm just typing into the chat: home anniversary, happy birthday, Neighborhood Nurture.
Yeah, I just saw Neighborhood Nurture. We do those too. Those are fun. You know, there's so many exciting features. And so I think it can be overwhelming, but you know what? Just pick a few and just start somewhere.
Stacy, where would you tell someone to start? Like we're seeing in the chat, oh, it's like, I don't know where to start. What do I do first? So if someone's using a popsicle stick system now, what's step one? And then forget the rest, right? Let's just focus on what is step one for those people watching right now.
I would take those popsicle sticks. I would go ahead and enter them in Command, make sure you put their birthday, and if they do have a home anniversary date, put that in if they're already a prior client. And I would also pick up the phone and call them and let them know that you're going to do better keeping in touch, because you need some personal accountability there as well.
Here's the great thing about people that you haven't kept in touch with. They also haven't kept in touch with you. So when you call it out on the table, nobody's upset about it. You can get past it, get the information, throw it into Command. Keep it simple.
So good. So good.
So good. Thanks,
awesome.
Stacy.
Anything that we may have missed that you want to just add? Anything that, you know, you feel would be important? Any wisdom?
I forgot one thing that's so exciting. I'm so glad you asked me that. So we were able to hook our open house. When people come to the open house, they can log in and put their info right into Command.
Oh,
very cool.
So we had 3 open houses on Saturday, and I was coming back from Austin because we had a Boss Babes retreat there. And my phone is dinging, lead notification form. And people felt like they had to put their real info in, because it is your actual database that they are signing in. And then the agent hosting the open house can also put, this client didn't like this house because it needs another bedroom, or its location, anything. So not only are you client capturing, but now you've got notes about what they didn't like about that house that they saw that day. So you then know how to.
Are you using a landing page for that, Stacy, or are you?
Yes. So
awesome.
Somehow landing page and a QR code. So they just put their info in, and then boom, sends it right into the system.
You can create a landing page with the landing page feature in
point and
Command.
click.
Yeah, it's like it's a lead form, super easy to do with the landing page feature inside of Command. Well, Stacy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thanks, Stacy.
Appreciate it.
So great to have you.
We'll see you soon. You appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
So guys, I want to know before we take a quick break, who's loving these panels and these speakers, and just kind of understanding a little bit more, just kind of around how they're using it or things that they're using it for. We really appreciate that. We're obviously open to any feedback. You can email me, you can message me, you can email Leslie, or just email Leslie instead of emailing me.
Yeah.
No, kidding.
I'll
Any
take
feedback?
this round.
This is CommandCon #1. So, we hopefully it will evolve over time and we'll get a little more fancy schmancy with it, but we hope that you guys are enjoying it. We are going to take a 20-minute break. We'll be back at 12:35, and you guys don't want to go away, because
Don't go
at
away.
12:35 is our mega agent panel with over 200 million in volume. These agents have over combined 200 million in volume with 3 mega team rainmakers. You don't want to miss Preston Murphy, George Kelly, and Kim Rock. They're all unit command at super high levels, and we will be back in 20 minutes. So if you're on, keep your computer on, don't go away. 12:35 Eastern, we'll be back. And I am going to pause the recording and then be back soon. Hey guys. You guys hear me?
All good.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're going to start in just a momento. See.
Hey, Nick, this is Carrie. I'm the one who took over for Liz.
Hey.
Hey, I just want to let you know, I did try to play some music during
Yeah,
the
I
break.
know, but
You're sharing
I took
screen. I
it.
can't.
No, that's okay. I wanted to put the sponsors information up.
That's what we figured.
Yeah, so it said if I did that, it would take away the music, but that was fine. So I wanted to do that anyway.
Okay.
Thank you for helping.
My pleasure. I'm learning quite a bit.
Oh, awesome. We got KWRI events working the Zoom, so we can just focus on you guys. Rob, are you there, buddy? Kim, how you feeling?
I'm good.
What?
I'm good. I've got a water and I've drank tea all day and I have a voice.
Have you been resting at all?
I've been trying. Yeah. Luckily the kids had off from school yesterday and the day before, so we were supposed to be away for 2 days, but our away just turned into being sick at home. So it worked out because my schedule was kind of clear since we weren't supposed to be home.
Yeah. Where were you supposed to go?
We were just going to the Poconos, so it wasn't,
Oh,
not like
that's so
scheduled any kind of crazy vacation or anything, but yeah,
You and George know each other?
we do.
Yeah, come on, Greater PA right here.
I know, we represent. I didn't even realize that I had both of you, like from the same area.
Hi
I'm just-
guys, how's it going?
Trying to get to Kim's level. That's my goal.
We all are. People were making fun of me on the chat that I was drinking a Monster. I'm like, clearly you don't drink a Monster. Come on.
I need a Monster today.
Feels so good beneath your lips. Now I got my Nitro pumpkin cold brew.
Pumpkin.
Hi Kim, I haven't met you yet. I'm excited to chat.
Yeah, me too.
All right, Rob, hurry up. Someone said Nick the Tank. That doesn't have the same ring to it, but I appreciate it. All right, Rob is fashionably late. We're gonna get started, okay?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Okay, everyone, we are back. Hunker down for part 2. Rob said he'll be here in a moment. He's just changing his computers. This guy has more internet problems than anyone I've ever met.
Oh my gosh.
I know, I feel bad for him.
I do too.
Feel bad for him. So this is the we've got some mega agent rainmakers here with us. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? We'll start with Kim.
Hi, everyone. I am Kim Rock from the Kim Rock Group. We are located outside of Philadelphia. Still have my World Series nails going on here, but go Eagles. I have been licensed for 14 years. I've had my team for 7 years, and I have 6 amazing agents on the team, 3 admin. And last year we did just shy of 200 units.
Wow, very nice. Very
Amazing.
nice. George.
So my name is George Kelly. On December 1st of this year, I will have been in real estate and with KW the whole time for 10 years now. The Greater PA Region RTT, and I run a sales team with 18 agents, 3 admin out of our Cherry Hill, New Jersey office. So Kim's like
just on the other side of PA, right? I'm just on the other side of Philly and New Jersey.
And there's a friendly rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's New Jersey.
We're licensed in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, but we don't quite go to Georgia's area, so that's okay.
I got you. Just stay in your own territory. It's like the Sharks and the Jets. Preston, what's up?
Hey guys, Preston Murphy here. I'm the rainmaker of the Harmon Murphy Group. I always say powered by Keller Williams. I guess I'm used to that here in Pensacola, Florida. And I'm also the team leader of Keller Williams Realty Gulf Coast with 280 amazing agents.
Wow. Awesome. So the production of this fine group here is just over 200 million combined. So we wanted to have some mega teams on here to show you that you may have heard Command doesn't work for teams, but you heard wrong, people. You heard wrong. And we're here to bust through those myths. Let's start with George, because George, you're regional tech trainer. So, but you're also a team owner. And I would assume that you wouldn't be regional tech trainer if you didn't have passion for Command. So let's talk about your business a little bit. So 140 plus homes, give or take a year. 90% of your business comes from SOI. This year, you're on track to do around 50 million. You use contacts heavily, opportunities, smart plan designs, Command Mobile. So you use it all. But talk a little bit about why. So you're RTT, but why are you so immersed in Command otherwise? What about it is so great for you and your team?
So you want me to, I'll start right from the jump, which is like, I'm like everybody else. I'm trying to do this for profit, right? This is how I make money for my family, and spending $1,500, $700, hell, even $200 a month on a basic CRM system or even CRM plus, it just never made sense to me. So I was always running my business out of spreadsheets, and we were extremely efficient with running our business out of spreadsheets. But as we all know on here, spreadsheets have their limitations. So when I first saw what Command could be, I realized that, all right, this isn't everything we need at the moment, but it's building blocks, right? So literally we jumped in with the opportunities module first. So we thought, heck, I don't care if anything else in this software works. As long as opportunities works and we can simplify our deal flow process and track things easier, let's make it happen there. So obviously having opportunities first then leads to your contacts module being good. Your contacts module being good leads to everything else in the entire system being good. So as things have improved, we've added layers and layers. And of course, with Command Mobile, it allowed us to add a lot more of the team member engagement, right? And not just so much on the operations side, but that's where we started. And then, like I tell people, I'm not the RTT that you come to if you want to learn how to click buttons. I don't know what every little last thing in here knows how to do, but I'm the guy that you go to if you want to learn how to sell a lot of real estate using this software.
So you said that you guys dove into opportunities first, which is interesting because most people dive into contacts first. Why was it opportunities that you decided to conquer before anything else?
Because I needed to have an efficient way to look at my money, my pipeline, right? The checklist. To me, my life is easier when the operations of the team goes easier. I hate to say it out there for you salespeople, but salespeople can be replaced. Operations people are gold, right? And I want to make sure that the operations people who I've worked with for years, especially Cabrina Johnson, who's been my right hand, right? I want to make sure her life is awesome. So that was the first thing that I was looking at in terms of how do I get her out of this nightmare of 10 different spreadsheets and into one login, one spot where everything's happening all in one place.
I love
that.
that.
I just want to sidebar for 1 second because people in the chat are asking me to speak up about this, and I'm going to stop posting your Instagram handles, stop posting your email addresses, Stop
Yeah.
asking for referrals in the chat. You're taking away from the people who are here trying to teach you, and you're taking away from people who are trying to learn from them. It is extremely distracting and unprofessional. Please don't do it. Go to a Facebook group for referrals to do that. Thank you so much. George, you were saying, sir.
So let me provide some value in the chat. So if you guys stop from I see the constant scrolls of thank yous happening right now, right? So I'm going to drop some value into the chat here. And everybody who's on here, I want to make sure that each of you get the opportunity to literally copy my entire opportunity setup. Right?
Amazing.
Use it as a base template. So what I just sent you guys is my entire phases, stages, and checklists for both the buyer side and listing side in a Google Drive. It's in the chat right now. So if you want to take that and tweak it, right? Like Kim and I, we might be close in geographic location, but there's certain things in PA that happen differently than New Jersey, certain things in your state that will happen and different than mine, but a base template that you can take and say, all right, I'm going to use this and tweak it. That's the most important thing that we can start with.
I love that. And people are saying that the Google Doc just crashed. So give it some time. Give it some time.
Yes.
We're breaking a lot of things today. Real quick, George, your business is 90% Sphere. What are you doing inside of Command to keep in touch with people that you know?
In all honesty, it's one smart plan. It's the same smart plan that I recommend all the time. Shocker, it's the quarterly call plan. You have to actually pick up the phone and talk to other human beings. So I learned a script from, I don't remember whether it was Gary or whether it was Jason Abrams years ago. And I've been continually using this script, which is, how are you? How's your family? How's work? Right? Because when I ask you, how are you? I'm learning about those things that are going to happen in your life that are going to make you transact real estate. When I ask you, how's your family? I'm learning about the people in your life that's going to have life events that are going to make them transact real estate. And my favorite question, when I ask you how's work, you're only going to respond with one or two things. It's great or it stinks. And when they respond with it stinks, I love it, because that's when I say, when are you going to stop doing something you hate and join me doing something you might potentially love? When can we have some time together to talk about a potential career in real estate?
So George, everybody's posting, can you describe Ford? Can you describe Ford? Because this is how people are, associating your this conversation. So
Yeah.
family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. Is that right, George?
Yeah. So I actually
Awesome.
did an interview with David Voorhees where he's like, you're using the Ford system, but because you're from New Jersey, you don't care about their recreation or dreams. So you just want to go family, occupation, off the phone. I was like, all right, yeah, I'll take that.
So funny.
And by the way, great to see you, George.
Yeah, nice to see you also.
I want to go over to Kim. Kim, tell everyone kind of about your business. 200 units. What's the volume? 60 something million?
Yeah,
Okay.
last year,
So-
67 million. Yep.
67 million. So you are big on using neighborhood nurtures, happy birthday, home anniversary. So explain the process around that.
Yeah, so this is like a perfect segue, because whereas George started getting into the operations side and the opportunities, we started the exact opposite. It's only recently that we've really gotten into the opportunities with George's help, because we've actually had some calls with him and he's helped us get into the opportunities. But we started really focusing on the smart plans. And so, like you said, neighborhood nurture, that is huge. If when you come to these events and stuff, you're going to be hit with so much information. And I always say, like, if you can just pick one or two things that you're going to implement and do them. And so neighborhood nurture to me would be one that like everyone should write down right now, because that one's huge. And it's not just for sellers. It's not just for buyers. It's really for every human being, because everyone wants to know like what's happening in my neighborhood. I might have lived there for 10 years, but I want to know when my neighbor's house, sold. I want to know what they sold it for. So when we talk to clients about it, we actually call it a neighborhood watch, just because I feel like Nurture is more for us as the salespeople, but I like to call it a neighborhood watch because I want to say, hey, I'm going to set you up on this fun thing called a neighborhood watch. And it's not spammy. It's going to be once a month. You're going to get a little cute graphic email, and it's just going to show you what's happening in real estate in your specific neighborhood. And you can set this up to be like their subdivision, or you can go beyond that if you want to go to neighboring neighborhoods. But we tend to keep to that person's immediate neighborhood because that's what they care about the most. So neighborhood nurture, that's huge. Smart plans for birthdays, smart plans for anniversary dates. We also love landing pages and smart plans tied to Facebook ads and landing pages. So, you know, we will do like a Facebook ad for a new listing. And then the amazing thing about that is it's all automated, and I'm such like an automation nerd. I have an Alexa in every room, you know, and lights controlled. And so the smart plans are amazing because we can post a smart plan for a new listing. I can be like out to dinner with my family, and without having done anything, I'll get an alert in the command app that says, yes, I am interested. Can I see this house tomorrow at 2:00? And I didn't even have a conversation with this person, but the Facebook ad triggered a smart plan. So it literally, like, they inquire through the Facebook ad, it comes to your landing page, it gets put into your database, it gets triggered that it was a Facebook ad from 123 Main Street. And then our trigger starts a smart plan that sends a text saying, hey, you inquired about this house. When did you want to see it? And it's like, I didn't even do anything. So
I know, it's so
yeah.
So great.
I love that. Preston, so what your team will do about 250 sales. You're also a team leader of a market center. So you kind of have to you know, set the precedence or set the example.
Sure.
So, but that's not really the reason that you're using Command, because there's plenty of team leaders that aren't using Command and have sales teams. But you jumped in right from the very beginning when Command was essentially popsicle sticks, like Stacy Sauls was doing.
Yeah.
So what made you decide to start from the very beginning, and why are you still using it now?
Yeah, so I would say there's two really big reasons right off the bat. One is, right, of the team leader of the market center, it's speed of the leader, speed of the pack. So I recognized right off the bat that if I was going to influence and cast a vision for so many of the agents in our market center to move their businesses to Command, that I had to obviously be the first person to be willing to do that. And yeah, I mean, let's just call it what it is. It was clunky. All right. There was a lot of parts that just were not working. We all recognize and remember the spinning wheel of death, if you will. And yet what I also knew is that I was spending over $1,000 a month on a technology platform out there that still exists today to operate my team. And by moving my team to Command for $25 per user, at least at this time, I recognized that I was getting a raise regardless, just by lowering my expenses. And we all know from Mark and Jay and Jason and Gary and all of those, we're always told to, you know, lead with revenue and not expenses. And when we can find ways to lower those expenses, why would we not do that when they have taken the time and invested millions, if not over $1 billion at this point, to create a platform for all of us to use? So those were the initial reasons.
Preston, when you're talking to agents, about their technology, what type of thing are you, like, questions you're walking them through to see what they're currently using, and then how Command can take over that function?
Oh, I love that question. So, you know, one interesting thing about being a team leader is that I don't ever look at it as recruiting people to Keller Williams. I think of it as attracting people to Keller Williams. And so part of the process that we go through with that is a 26-question needs analysis. So I'm not interested in agents out there in the world just changing the sign in the front yard. I'm only interested in attracting them to Keller Williams if we can truly help them fulfill the vision that they have for their business. So a lot of that's going to start with questions around lead generation, following up, transacting the business, Where are they getting their leads from? What's the cost of that lead? How are they actually transacting the business? What does the checklist look like? What if is there any type of smart plan? Do they have any kind of nurture system, follow-up system? So there's 26 questions around that conversation. And then once that's done, I then invite them back to the office where I sort of lay out an entire plan that can take them from where they are today to what their vision might look like in the future.
Love it.
I love that. I love that, Preston. And a lot of some of our agents in the audience right now are asking, can you share those 26 questions with them at some point? Just because
I don't think
sounds like there's there's no secrets here. And here's the thing too, is
share some of them, because we only have 7 minutes. So
share some of them if you can. But what's really cool about what you just said, Preston, is really what it is sitting down and looking at your business from a bird's eye view and really looking at the strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities, right? And so what happens in those conversations and in those questions, you all are going to just see that you may have gaps in marketing. You may have gaps in communicating to your database. You might have a need for more systems and models, and there's all the solutions are right in front of you, are in Command. So I think it would be really beneficial for a lot of our people to get those questions. Yeah.
Just thought that I mean, we never want to, or at least I don't, right? I can't speak for everybody. I'm not interested in sort of throwing up Keller Williams, nor am I interested in throwing up Command all over somebody around certain features that might not be important to them in their business, right? I want to identify through those questions what their strengths are. What are the things that they're an absolute rock star at? What are their superpowers as a real estate professional? And then more specifically, identify what obstacles and challenges that they might currently have in their business, and maybe help them sort of recognize and self-discover that their brokerage and or their broker doesn't have a solution for that. And if we can offer that solution for $25 per month for that particular agent, why would we not do that? Now, this is obviously a Rainmaker panel. And so for me specifically, those are kind of the same questions that I had to ask myself. You know, we had extraordinary expenses around the other tech platforms that were out there. And in a lot of ways, we had a lot of fragmentation. There was no real insight around our database. And now today, you know, we use virtually every applet, not every one of them at a high level, but we certainly touch every single one of them. And I would say that we use contacts, opportunities, the sales pipeline, task, smart plans, all of those things at a very high level to do well over 200 transactions a year.
Amazing.
I love that. I love that. Hey, I want to know from each of you, because, you know, Command is an overwhelming platform. I mean, it truly is end to end, right? So I think in the past, we were trying to get agents. Well, I was a team leader, and when I was a team leader and when I was RTT of Michigan, we were told to get agents to use Command at 100% capacity. And it's very difficult to do that without regurgitating KW and Command and trying to feel like you're shoving it down their throats. And when you log into Command, there's a lot to potentially start with. So where should someone start if they're just completely overwhelmed? They log in, oh my goodness, nope, too much for me. What is the simplest thing to do to get started?
I got a good one for you. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the app, on the main page of the app, when you log in, it lists
Command app.
Yes, the Command app. It lists all of your next 30 days worth of birthdays and anniversaries. So if you aren't ready for smart plans and you're not ready to do any of the automation and things that we're talking about, every day, click the app, look at whose birthday it is, look at whose home anniversary it is, and just pick up the phone, back to basics, and say, hey, did you know 5 years ago today you bought your house? Well, I was thinking about you today.
Love it.
So in order to do that, they have to add the home anniversaries into the contact
So
profiles.
start with putting people in your database and getting the anniversary dates, and, you know, go back into your files, take some time, put the anniversary dates. You asked before about how to get the birthdays. A fun thing that I like to do to get the birthdays, if I don't want to ask the people, is at settlement, take a picture of their license. You know, the title company asks for their license. I take a picture of it for my records. There, now I have their birthday.
Got it. That's awesome.
So great.
Great advice.
Who's
George.
next?
So I'm, just to piggyback on what Kim said, if you're asking where's the first place, it's contacts, right? Like, I know that I said I jumped in with opportunities, but opportunities don't work without contacts, right?
Right.
So just putting them in the system is the first step. Now, there's an app out there. It's called Cove Export, right? It is free. I don't make any money from this. It's just something I recommend to people as an RTT, that this app, you can download it for iPhone, you can download it for Android. It only has one function, which is, do you want to take all the contacts from your iPhone and export them right this second as a CSV file and send it to yourself in an email? That's it. That's the entire usage of the app. So simply just say, I'm going to take that app, Cove Export, just export out your entire iPhone database and clean it up. Then use the mass import tool and put it all in the system. By clean it up, I mean, when most people go into their phone, they might have someone down as Uncle Steve, or, maybe they have me in as G Money, right? Like whatever type of cool nickname you want to give me in your phone, that's all right. But take them, put the real last name in, the real first name, phone numbers there, email addresses there. Now just use that clean data and start from there.
And have you been looking at my contacts, George? Because that is totally, I can't believe you just called me out having you in my database like that. So uncool. No, Preston, what about you?
Well, so speaking of G Money, yes. So contacts is right. It sounds like a broken record at this point, but as almost every single person on the panel today in each section has mentioned, you have to start with contacts. But beyond that, one of the things that I do with my team. So I meet biweekly with my agents to have one-on-ones with them. And we actually use the opportunities applet at a very high level. And right, there might be a lot of agents on this call today that think to themselves, man, Preston, I'm really not good at following up. Okay, so we all get it, right? We don't love follow-up, or most of us don't love follow-up. But when you lead generate, you'll find a sale. When you follow up, you'll find a business. So we've all heard that. So inside of the Opportunities app, we actually just gamify that conversation because, right, there's a lot of agents, particularly on my team. Everybody on my team tends to love money. Okay, they're driven by money. Good for them. So we're really honestly just looking at our opportunities pipeline, and then that gives them great and deeper insight around who should they follow up with today, right? They're either under Cultivate. We think about moving them from the left all the way to the right. So if you dread following up, at least look at your opportunities pipeline to recognize, what are the conversations that I must have today with every single person that's in that Cultivate phase? And how can I move the needle just one more space, if you will? How can I get them to the next phase, and then to the next phase, and to the next phase? And through that process, they recognize, right, because Command does this for you, it'll calculate your potential income and then your probable income, right? And why is there a difference? Because there's conversion rates, right? We understand and recognize that not every single person that you put in the Cultivate phase is going to make it to the closing table. And yet at the same time, if you can kind of gamify that process, you do understand that, man, if there's a new way for me to think about this, let me just go to my opportunities pipeline and what are the conversations that I need to have today? How can I follow up today to move those people along the pipeline? And by the way, you'll see the money fluctuate. It goes up, tends to go up. Okay. So that's what we do.
I love it.
Funny how that works.
That's the best. Seeing the money go up is such a motivating factor. So many agents don't use opportunities at the very beginning. They don't use it for Cultivate. They use it for active or when they take a listing. But Cultivate is your future business. Active is your current business. No business thrives on current business. You have to see projections, and those projections are going to get you off your butt so you have bigger projections.
It's your cash flow.
Well,
You are running
it is.
It is your cash flow.
It is. And you know what, also, if we are going to keep it real in this call, it's a great opportunity to just get into a deeper relationship with the people who may end up hiring you. It's like people want to trust you, like you, and really the trust factor needs to be there. So Cultivate is really, really important in your business so that you do get repeat clients, so that you do get referrals and testimonials. But use that Cultivate section so that you can build bigger relationships and repeat clients. Absolutely.
And I know that this isn't a demo call, but at the same time, I just want to quickly touch on, a call, however a lead flows into the Harmon Murphy Group's business, that generally goes to my ISA fields that call. We go through LP Mama, right? All of the sort of pre-qualifying questions. He initially makes sure that that person is entered into Command. If it didn't automatically sync to Command, he then creates an opportunity, and then he assigns that opportunity immediately to the agent on my team who's going to be handling that transaction. And then he immediately creates a task for that individual to follow up with that person, a phone call task. That then flows to their Command mobile app. And then obviously notes are added throughout the day. So this is a very, for all of the people out there who say, man, there's no way I'm going to use Command for Teams because it's so clunky. I assure you it's not clunky. You have not been using it at a high level, or you haven't gone back into to see the process for the past 2 years. Okay. It absolutely 100% works.
And also, do you think George Kelly just got the name G Money just out of nowhere? No, he earned it by using Cultivate. He earned it by using the Cultivate phase and building up his future business. That's where G Money, it's not something you're born with. I just wanted to let everyone know.
I do want to say one quick thing, Nick, for all of the teams out there, Rainmakers who might be struggling with Team Command. There is one setting that you can change that will probably eliminate 95% of your issues. If you go to your profile and you click settings, you're going to see the default profile. The best thing that you can do is make sure that every single person on your team has checked that the team is their default profile, such that when they log into Command, they're logging into the team's profile. All contacts can go there. They will still be the owner of those if they're entering them, and all of the opportunities, everything will be right there inside of the team profile. The biggest challenge that I often see with Rainmakers who are using Command and finding it, it doesn't work for me, is because their agents aren't logging into the team's account. They're inputting contacts into their personal account. They're trying to create opportunities in their personal account, and they're wondering why they can't see all of those things. And then they say, Command doesn't work for Teams. That is incorrect. Change one setting for your default account to be the Teams account. It will fix virtually 95% of your problems.
And we have three Rainmakers right here that are proof that it does work for Teams. Anyway, you guys were awesome. Thank you so much for being part of the panel.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
We gotta get to our next speaker, but this was great. I learned a ton. George, Kim, and Preston, thank you so much.
Nick, real quick before we get to our next guest, I just want a couple things, everyone. This is recorded. Nick, you are going to have to get that tattoo because people keep asking. So it is recorded. We will send it out. Number one. Number two is we will work with all of our guests and panelists to get the documents and the things that they've shared, and we will send that out as well. So don't worry, don't stress out about it.
Awesome. So Rob just volunteered to do that.
I can do it, no problem. We've got a very simple process to make this happen, you guys. So just there's a lot of stress happening over in this chat box. So just everyone
stop sharing your Instagram handle. No one's going to follow you.
Well, okay. I have to get to the top.
Let's bring on our next guest. This guy is honestly, this is the reason we have Command right here.
Yes.
This guy is the Chief Technology Officer of Keller Williams. His name is Chris Cox. Boom.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Chris.
Chris, it's so good to see
everybody having a good day so far.
Great day. Dude, it's awesome. We're excited to learn some cool things about Command, where Command is going, where it's evolving. So I'm just gonna kind of let you take it away.
All right. Can I share screen? Is that okay?
Yes.
I've got some slides. It wouldn't, I can't go anywhere without some slides. So if you guys are good with that, I'm gonna share my screen and walk you through. Let me just slideshow. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Can I get a thumbs up? from somebody? Okay.
Yep, looks good.
All right. So what I thought I'd do over the next few minutes, guys, is just give you a sense of, sort of the overall KW Tech vision and what I often refer to as our big rock priorities. It was refreshing as I was listening to the prior session because a lot of what you were talking about, we're working on making better. I also want to start by just saying it's how humbling it is to be part of such a great group like this, and just there's a clarity of mission around what we do here, and it's really about making people more successful, and that's what I try to remind myself every day when I come into work. So with that, let me jump right in. So a couple of months ago, for Gary's benefit, I wanted to try to distill, our mission down to, the simplest elements. And so this slide is my attempt to do that. So when I said we're all about making people more successful, the more nuanced way to say that is we're really about delivering an integrated set of agent, CRM, and consumer platforms that make agents and teams more successful, period. And we believe those things that are most important are about how we do contact database optimization, a variation of what you were just talking about, how we support and turbocharge lead generation and management, how we deliver a much better best-in-class consumer experience for our agents, clients. And then over the medium term, how do we deliver something that's really differentiated? How do we deliver an integrated search, buy, own, and sell set of experiences that keep the agent at the center of the relationship with their client? And so I'm going to talk about a lot of that over the next few minutes. But this was my attempt to sort of distill everything down. Why do we come into work every day? It's really about this. It's about driving and enabling success. And if we remind ourselves of that every day, then that's our true north. We on the tech team are accountable to you guys, and I want you to hear that in a very honest, sincere, heartfelt way from me to all of you. This is we take this really seriously, and feedback is often a gift. So I'm sure over the course of the morning and before this session is out, there's going to be things. Nick's going to give me a whole list of things, great ideas that came up, and I want you to know that we're going to work on those things that are most important, that are going to be most impactful to your business. This slide is really what I call the big rock slide. So what this is a form of saying, what are our biggest priorities? This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that we're working on, but it is a pretty good working list of those things that are the biggest, most complex things that we're working on. So I'm just going to go through them really, really quick, and so that you got at least my voiceover on this. The first one on command core functions. What we're really talking about there is making sure that for things that people have to use command for, regardless of what other technology decisions they've made, that contract to close, that process of getting paid, that we are radically improving that. So that would include things like how DocuSign works, which I know has been historically a pain point, but really that full continuum of going from contract to closing a deal and getting paid. The second one, which I call command integrations, is really about opening up command. And this represents a really big pivot from where we were not 2 years ago, because command, I think, was architected as what I call a sort of a closed-in system, in the sense that it wasn't necessarily designed at the very beginning to integrate easily with other CRMs or other agent or broker tools. And so part of what we're doing is basically opening up the aperture, opening it up in a way that through APIs we can facilitate integrations with those things that market centers, teams, and discrete agents have made a decision that you know, it's technology that they're using as part of their business. So this is really about you know, thinking about Command as a hub. And it can be used end to end to run your business, but it can also integrate with other tools that you have. And so that's really the objective there. Teamification is a fancy word that we just made up, but it really is about, somebody was talking about this just a moment ago, about how Command works for teams. So I think I would argue that when Command was originally architected, it worked best for single agents, but not as well for, you know, for small teams, large teams, or expansion teams. Now, we've done a lot of work to improve that, but what I want you to hear from me is we're going to do even more. We want to make Command flexible for a whole range of different team configurations, and so that's really about, you know, about making it more flexible. And what's required to do that is changing permissioning and role structures a little bit to create that flexibility. I won't drag you through the weeds on that, but making it ever better for teams is a big priority. Mobile first is really exactly what it means. So Command was architected as a desktop system. With the introduction of Command Mobile, what was our first move into leading with design for, you know, on-the-go capabilities, and that's sort of a design philosophy that we're taking across everything. So what we want to do is design things that work best on mobile devices, a phone or a tablet, and then have that sort of reverse engineered into the desktop. So it's really just taking that mobile first development approach, and Command Mobile is just the first step in that direction. The consumer experience, this is that reimagination of KW.com. And what that means is sort of radically improving KW.com and, as importantly, the agent sites, and making and creating this, you know, set of integrated, you know, search, buy, own, and sell set type of experiences. So we're hard at work on that. Lead generation, it's all about leads, and you know, arguably that's probably an area where Command has not been nearly as strong as some of its competitors, and so we're really leaning into, you know, to fix that by doing things like overhauling and significantly improving the Campaigns app, as well as doing things to support contact enrichment of the contact database, and, you know, and making it easier to do lead routing and across different team types, etc. So this is a big, huge priority, and one that we're absolutely committed to turbocharging. And then finally, you've got what we're calling sort of the digital market center or the digital region, and that is about improving Connect, both the ability to deliver learning and training content, but also event management and the ability to search stuff and actually find it. And then there's a whole array of things that we're doing with Command MC. And then if that's not all enough, we are working, you know, overtime to work on deprecating WinMore and replacing it with a cloud-based solution. So this is not an exhaustive list, but it is sort of a one-page representation of the biggest rocks. So I hope you heard something from me that resonated. The work is never done, right? Like any good solution can always get better. And my pledge and commitment to you is that we'll never stop like making this better. And we want to do.
I just want to say one thing, because there's a couple things in the chat, and I want people to have more clarity around number 2, Command integrations. Yes, an easy way would be go to Zapier and connect tools together, but that is not an integration. Am I wrong about that, Chris? Because an integration is something that's built into the system itself, right?
Yeah, not to get too techie on you, Nick, but I would say that integrations come in multiple tiers. A tier 1 integration would be something that's almost feels like it's embedded within Command. A tier 2 integration might be something that is that has a clean API, but it's clear you're jumping from one system to another. A tier 3 might be a real opportunistic integration, and we need to be able to do all three.
No, I agree with you. And a lot of people are, asking questions, what about this? What about this? What about this? But I'm looking at your list of 7, and everything that people are saying, what about fall into one of these 7 big rocks. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to catch up on the chat as I'm talking, which is always.
Don't worry too much about. You're going to get bogged down in with some of that stuff.
Some of the stuff that's come up in chat, we're working on. Somebody, just for example, made a parsing. We're working on email parsing. We're doing, so there's a lot of this stuff I feel like is right on the money. But what I want to do, if it's okay, Nick, is audit this the chat log here to make sure that.
Yeah, I can give you the chat log.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I wanted people to understand, a lot of the things that they're asking for, if you really think about it, it does fall into one of these 7, because I can't think of any, even, they were saying, what about Command for Leadership, Digital Market Center, Regions? That's Command MC, and I know that you guys are working on that. I mean, I just saw a revised version of what that's going to look like the other day, and you didn't forget leadership.
Absolutely. All right, well, let me run through the rest of the slides, and then what I'll try to do, leave us some time for for questions and whatnot. So what I've been also trying to do is do a little myth busting. So I heard as I was getting on that there's some old tapes out there that Command doesn't work, Command doesn't support Teams, Command doesn't do this, Command doesn't do that. When you actually look at the usage, it is actually quite astounding. So we have about 185,000 total active users over the last 12 months. So that means 185,000 people have come in and done something in Command. On a monthly active basis, which is what we track really, really closely, there's about 115,000 agents on average over, say, the last 3 months that are in Command every month. And we look at that stat, we look at weekly active users, but we're really trying to get a sense of how frequently and how deeply people are using Command. So in the month of September, you can see some of the stats that I have on the right-hand side of this page. So it's not an insignificant number of the total number of KW agents that are and team members that are actually in Command doing stuff. So 90,000 used contacts, 69,000 opportunities, 43,000 smart plans, and so on. So and what's interesting is it's grown steadily since launch, but really over the last 12 months we've seen a tremendous amount of growth, and I think it represents that pivot that we made after we sort of stabilized and improved the basic performance of Command. And then subsequently started introducing a lot of new features. And so I use this slide sometimes to say, when people say people don't use Command, well, that the numbers don't lie. So talk about Command Mobile. So Command Mobile is not quite a year old. It's 11 months exactly. So we launched it in December 1st of last year. We've done I think we're at 6 releases. So we're doing a release about every other month on Command Mobile to improve functionality. So we've got about 74,000 people that have gone in and tried Command Mobile at some level, and on a monthly basis, about 35,000 are using it on a month-over-month basis, and that is growing at an even faster rate than overall Command. So a lot of adoption and pickup, but always an opportunity for us to do a better job of promoting it. And you can see some of the stats around how people have used Command. 313,000 calls, 163,000 texts, 28,000 emails, 53,000 contacts of smart plan updates. I mean, it's And I just picked some stuff to give us a fairly representative view of this. This is, if you go into this is from the iOS store on Command. So this is just a quick summary of some of the reviews that we've gotten on Command. So we're right about a 4.8 average on a scale of 1 to 5 app rating, which is pretty good. I go in and I look at this like every week. So people are posting stuff out there. I'm reading it. We're trying to internalize whatever feedback we're getting and really make sure that we're listening to people who are using the app. Contacts. I wanted to give you guys a sense. This is a lot of numbers on this chart, but I want to draw your attention to just a couple. So since Command has been opened up, there have been about 96, almost 97 million contacts loaded into Command. Of those, there are about 60.1 million that are unique contacts. And then as you go
what's
down,
the difference between gross and unique?
Gross which is just a raw count, and unique means I am controlling for duplicates. So the way to think about this is that there are 60.1 million people in our contacts in Command. We deduped, that number is deduped. And if you think of that as a percentage of the adult population in the US, it's actually pretty significant. It way outpaces, to my knowledge, any other CRM out there. So when Gary talks about the power of a database, it's proven out in the numbers. Now, when I talked earlier about contact database optimization, as you go down the funnel here, the numbers are still large, but they get smaller when you look at how much data is in a particular contact record. And so when we talk about contact database optimization, we're not only talking about getting more contacts into Command, but we're also talking about how do we support enrichment of those contacts. If we have a name and an email address, but not a phone number, or a name and a phone number, but not an email address, how do we increase that contact profile, that quality of that record, so that there's more data to work from. And so I wanted you guys just to get a sense of the order of magnitude. What I also thought you might find interesting is the relationship between the size of the contact database and agent GCI. So it's not surprising. It's not surprising that the more contacts you have on average, the greater gross commission income is being produced. So when Gary talks about the power of the database, it's really proven out by this chart. I know there's a lot going on in this chart, but the y-axis here is number of agents. The x-axis is the number of agents that have specific number of data contacts in their database. And you can see with the red line, there's this straight upward trajectory. The more contacts you have, the more business you do. And so it's really that simple. The slide is complex, but it's really sort of that simple. I think that one more slide. So one of the things we also do, guys, is to make sure that we're constantly really assessing where we stack up relative to competitors. And so we want to enable people to do more stuff, and we want to be able to deliver at a competitive or lower price point relative to other CRMs. And so with David Voorhees and Donnie Brookman and many others, we're working hard in basically creating a view of how we stack up relative to competitors. Now, I'm not going to try to walk you through this chart. It's just an illustration of the work that we're doing. But you can see here, just by the number of green check marks, that functionally, in terms of the breadth of function, what we enable through Command, we stack up really well against some of our major competitors. This is just all we could fit on one page. So we're constantly, what I want you to take away from this is that we're constantly saying, how can we get better? How are we at minimum at parity with any other CRM? And then where it matters the most, where are we way better? And when I talked about the work never ending, it really never ends, because this is a dynamic environment, and we enable you guys to win if we're constantly have our eye on the ball, and to make sure that we're highly competitive with any other CRM out there. So
this list is so cool.
Yeah. So
this is so cool.
Yeah. The what's on the list on the far right hand side of the page is sort of a way that we came up with, and I have to credit Jason Abrams and David for coming up with this. But this is just basically how what agents do and how they do it, and that's how we're benchmarking, how we stack up to other CRMs. And so, Nick, these were all the slides that I had prepared, but I just thought
Yeah,
this
I think this is great.
Yeah,
I think it's great. Lots of good information and side-by-side analysis. Can you tell us, I mean, what you can tell us, like where, like, we know that consumer platform is on a roadmap for improving, but like, where do you see Command like in the next year or 3 years? Like, what can we, I mean, I know that you probably have a really long roadmap, but I guess I'm trying to just ask, like, where are we going? You know what I mean?
I think all those big rocks that you saw on that one slide, Nick, I mean, they're all not, sort of just things that we're doing this year and next year. They're things that we, that we're going to, always be working on. But if I had to sort of net it out, where I see Command in the next year, and let's say the next 1 to 3 years, is that we're going to improve the usability of Command and have it work better for more, different types of agents and different types of team configurations. So we're going to we're working really hard to improve the overall usability. 2 or B, we're, the whole thing around lead generation, we're really focused on, because, I think it is, particularly in a market that's changing, in a market that's shifting, we have to be more precision oriented and scale oriented around how we support the generation of leads, the ingestion of leads, the management of leads, the nurturing of leads. I think, and that comes loud and clear. I mean, that when I talk to Gary and the leadership team here, that's the message, is that we need to empower agents and teams with a better leads engine. And so that's that's number 2 or B or whatever. C, I think that we also believe that we have to deliver a better overall consumer experience. So I saw in the chat, somebody asked about what the homeownership experience is. So arguably what KW.com does today is it supports the ability to search for properties and connect with an agent. Beyond that, it doesn't do a whole lot. What we want to be able to do is significantly enhance the ability to search with a greater number of filters, and with the app and the website producing better better results. We want to make sure that on the buying experience that we create something akin to like a pizza tracker type of thing. Once I got something under contract, how do I go all the way to close? And then the home ownership experience is really about, so I bought a property from KW Agent. How can I use the KW.com site or the mobile app to manage my home? How do I get in contact with service providers that could do work on my home? How can I understand the value of my home? How can I work checklists for maintaining my home? And we want to deliver that sort of post-transaction homeowner experience in a way that keeps the agent close to their client, after the transaction, all the way up to the time that they're ready to sell their home and buy another. And so it's about, it's what we're trying to lean in and address is that old statistic that everybody hears is that something like 92 or 93% of people who say that they would use the agent that they used to buy their home next time they were ready to buy another home, but only 20% or less do. What we want to try to do is make sure that we deliver a home ownership experience that keeps that agent at the center of the relationship with their client. And we want to take and we want to radically improve agent websites. So this would be, the nickbaldwin.kw.com site, right? Which today is, like, I would argue, is maybe two-dimensional at best, but we really want to increase the ability to customize and personalize that, and also optimize those sites for search engine results and for lead capture. So off the top of my head, those are three that I would just highlight. But what I'd also say, maybe to round out trying to answer your question, Nick, is it's the way this evolves has got to be, it's got to reflect what is most important and most impactful to agents and teams. And so that's why I'm so excited about an event like this, because why I want to get your chat log is I need to make sure that we're hearing everything that is important to folks, and that we're constantly and dynamically reprioritizing things to deliver those things that matter the most and drive business, period. Was that
so good? Love it, Chris. Awesome. Thank you so much. Give Chris some hearts and thumbs up and cheers in the chat down there. Look at all those hearts, Chris. Look at all those thumbs up.
This is so awesome. This is so awesome.
So cool.
Nick, this is such a great event. It makes my heart sing just knowing that what we're doing, is helping people and helping them be more successful. As I mentioned at the very front, that's what this is all about. That's why you come into work every day. That's why you keep your nose to the grindstone, is to enable agents and teams, period, into discussion.
So good. Chris, thank you so much. Give Chris a round of applause. So awesome. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Chris.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the time. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thanks, buddy. All right, let's bring on Nikki Miller. There she is. Nikki. What's up, Nikki?
Hi, guys. All my favorite people, all in one place, all in one event. This is amazing. Thank you guys for having me. And also, can I just give Chris a shout out if I can? Yeah. I mean, I don't think that any of us really realizes how very lucky we are to have him. I had the privilege of meeting with Chris when I was early on in building my business, and he was early on in just having joined KW. And he is just such a genius and such an invaluable member of this organization. I just want to say how privileged we all are to have him. And I remember when he showed me early on his project board for what was coming, and it's been cool to see all of that come to fruition. So I'm excited to be here, not so excited to follow that genius, and very happy to be with you guys. Thank you for having me.
No, it's so awesome. Yeah, Chris is, listen, the reason why Command is so stable now, and the reason why so many things are being added and things are working. He has a whole team, but he came in and just worked on stability for the last year. That was what the issue was. There were so many new releases, but everything was kind of like a house of cards. So, he came in and really stabilized it, and now we can start adding really cool, shiny objects to it. So we're excited. So Nikki Miller, Nikki, introduce yourself. Tell everyone who you are.
I'm Nikki Miller, and for those that don't know me, I have a couple of hats that I wear, and I am the founder and CEO of the Lead Syndicate, which is an operational leverage platform specifically designed for individual real estate agents. So we support agents, we support market centers in order to support those agents. We'll close out this year at just over 100 locations throughout 19 states. We'll end at just under 100 million in volume. And And I'm also a very proud board member, chairwoman of the board of KWKC, which is KW Kids Can, and also a proud agent of KW.
Awesome.
Is
So
that what you wanted? You paused for a second. I was like, was there something more? I should probably add in light of this event, my group runs probably close to, we're just over 100 databases through Command that we run. My entire organization.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I was gonna say my entire, oh yes, I should have led with that. And my entire organization is run on Command. We do not use any other database. We have everything that we need right here.
So Nikki, in addition to her team, has a company called the Lead Syndicate, and feel free to drop that in the chat, the domain name for that if you want to do that. And the reason why I wanted to have Nikki on was because she's not only using Command for her own team, but she's using it for hundreds of other agents all across the country, generating leads, organizing their database, doing their social media. You also teach Quantum Leap. You're also a mom. That's job number one.
The list goes on.
Yes, the best job. The job I'm most proud of.
Yeah. So, I mean, tell us about the Lead Syndicate.
Yeah. So I always feel like in order to tell people what we do, I got to give you a little bit of background, and I'll make it quick. If you want to learn like really more about it, you can go to our website. But I always sort of joke that like I grew up in Keller Williams. I joined this company when I was 20 years old, and I went through the new agent training that everybody else went through. I went through Original Ignite, sort of original productivity coaching. And I remember as I was growing in the business, as I was starting to become a really successful individual agent, I went into every team leader, please cover your ears. But I went into my team leader one day and I was like, thanks so much for, teaching me leverage and starting to teach me how to run a database. And this was like way before we had, the amazingness of Command. This was like pre-e-edge days. And I was like, thanks so much for trying to teach me all this, but I don't want to do any of it. And she sort of looked at me and was like, I'm sorry, what? And I said, yeah, I don't want to do any of this. Someone before me has figured all of this out. And even with a roadmap, I saw the writing early on. I saw the writing on the wall that I was going to have to do a lot of work in order to be able to build all this infrastructure. And by the way, while I did that work, I was going to have to make sure that my business didn't fall, because I saw all the other individual agents trying to figure these things out and their businesses were going like this, as we see, right? And so I said, well, I don't want to do that. Like, I just really want to focus on doing my prospecting, maximizing the experience for the clients. And I said, so how do I go and do that? And she said, well, that doesn't really exist. The only option you would have would be to join a team. And at the time, teams were still in their early iterations, right? And expansion teams didn't even exist yet, or they were in their infancy, right? They were just an idea. And so at that point, I said, well, if I go to a team, I'm going to have to give up my brand. I'm going to have to put the production under them. And that didn't feel good because I was growing at that point. I had a pretty successful business as an individual agent. And then I didn't like option number 2, which was the only other option, unless I wanted to do it myself, would be to stay where I was and suffer the consequences of that. That didn't feel good either. So I just kept saying to myself, there's just got to be a better way. And so eventually I got into market center leadership, and I ran a very large market center. We had just over 500 agents. We're doing about $1.5 billion in sales volume a year. And I sort of got my PhD in agent behavior and realized that this wasn't a unique problem to me. There was a lot of individual agents out there who were experiencing the same thing I was and wanted an opportunity to not go like this, but also not have to join a team. And so I said, okay, well, what if I could create a way for you guys to have all the infrastructure, all the support, all the economies of scale, all the benefits of being on a team, but you got to keep and maintain your own brand? Would that be of value? And so I presented it to my first market center in January of 2021. I said, hey, can I offer this to your agents? She's like, just let me try it out. Might suck, might work really well. And thankfully it worked well. And like I said, now we've grown to, and just over, we're just about to hit our 2-year anniversary, just about 24 months. We will be we'll end the year at just over 100 locations in 19 states. And literally what we do is create a comprehensive leverage platform specifically designed for individual agents that allows them to keep and maintain their own brand, and the technology that we use is Command.
Amazing.
That's incredible that you have built all of this, all these different things, and that you use Command as like the platform. I like what you said earlier, like you're looking at this and saying like, I don't really want to do all that work, and that you got the PhD in agent behavior. As a market center leader, I have that same conversation with people. In fact, I was talking with an agent yesterday, and they, not from our company, and they said, I don't really want to do all that work. I opened Command up for them and just kind of showed them the simplicity of it. And how easy it is to work it. So I want to go back to like when you discovered like, hey, I can use Command to kind of run everything. What was that light bulb moment like?
Well, it's an important question, Rob, because I think what we do is we give agents the freedom to say, you know, I think so many agents will come to me and say, I don't understand it and it sucks and technology's the worst and I'm the worst because I don't get it. And I'm like, whoa, take a breath. And I always ask my team, what are we making more complicated than it actually is in order to avoid action? And that's really the question that comes to mind when an agent says that. I'm like, hey, it's not that you don't get it. It's not that you're not smart. And it's not that the technology sucks. It's just that, frankly, you don't want to put in the time in order to figure out how to leverage this inside your business. And by the way, like, no judgment on you. Then you just have to figure out another way to get this figured out, right? So then you just have to figure out another way to get this support. So if you're not going to do it, just make peace with that, release yourself, don't beat yourself up about it, but then just go figure out someone who can help you figure it out, right? So I think that that's really what, from my side, this is really what I run into. It's not that you guys don't get it, and it's not that the technology doesn't work. It might just be that you don't want to spend the time to figure it out. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, but your business still needs it. So you got to figure out the solution somewhere, right? But yeah, it does everything that you need it to. I think sometimes we make databases a little bit more complicated than they are. Like, I know when Chris told me the stuff he was working on, and he went into this long diatribe about all these things. And I'm like, I don't understand 87% of what you just did. like what you just said sounds amazing. We will probably use this much of that. And by the way, we're running people's whole businesses on it. So that's the gift, right? That we have the technology based off however you want to use it. And by the way, if you don't want to use it, that's okay too. You can't say it doesn't work if you're not using it. That's my only rule, right? And you don't have to use it, but then if you're not going to, figure out another way that you can get those touches done or get that infrastructure built inside your business.
You know, I'm watching the chat. I don't know if Nick and Leslie, you're in the chat, and people are like,
yeah.
I mean, first
People
of all,
are going crazy.
Everybody loves you. So, but they're like, is she
all
talking?
the people I paid to come and cheer me on are here.
They're all logged in, but they're saying like, yes, that's me. Like they're relating to where you were. Right. And so I think that's important for everyone to kind of just take a step back, take a breath. It's not that it doesn't work. Maybe it's just, maybe you either don't understand it or it's not working for how you're doing your business now. And that's okay. Let's see what else we can get to work for your business, or where's the opportunity that you're overlooking, right? You're stepping over this opportunity and not even understanding it.
Yeah, I mean, so often, Rob, someone will come to me. Like, I just had this conversation this morning. There was an agent I know in KW that was sent to me by their team leader, and they call me crying and they're like, I'm just a failure and I suck and I've tried to build this team. And I listened to them for a while, and all of a sudden they were quiet. Like, I was like, okay, if you're done, I have a question. And she was like, okay, yeah. I'm like, do you want to build a team? And she was like, no. And I was like, awesome. And you just shouldn't do that. Like, it's, by the way, it's okay. And then
it's okay.
Yeah. And then for me, when I'm having those days that are really hard, and by the way, figuring out anything is really challenging, right? Like, figuring out technology is hard. Figuring out how to expand is hard. Figuring out to grow where you are is hard. It's never easy, but I make peace with the fact that that's the hard that I signed up for. And now I have a whole, network of people who are counting on me to show up every day, and make peace with the fact that I made a decision to show up and do that hard, right? So I decided to build this. And so I'm not going to whine about it. I'm going to go and figure it out because I signed up for that, right? But it's because it's what I want. So we have to check in on that first. And then if you want to do that for yourself, that's amazing. And then what you should go and do is a specific amount of time a day to figure out how to use the technology that you already have for free, by the way, inside your business, and learn a little bit every single day. And then the next day when you know better, do better, right?
I love that, Nikki. And I also want to just mention that mindset is everything, right?
Oh, it's everything.
I mean, and also you teach Quantum Leap. So
Yeah,
I love that
yes, I
these
do.
two have
Hey,
collided.
can I give like a shameless plug? If you
Yeah.
guys would
Yeah, go
like,
ahead.
yes, if Wendy Papazan and I are, for the first time in a long time, are teaching Quantum Leap specifically for adults at KWRI on December, oh my God, 5th, 6th. It's one of the two. Look it up at qlaustin.com. If you guys want mindset, like if you guys really want to prep for the year coming, they have KW Wealth the day before. You guys could tag team both of those events, your year will be set. We'd love to see you there. Anyway, yes, I do teach
But
Quantum
I
Leap,
think-
very big on mindset.
You know, the pain point, you know, there's a lot of talks around teams, and agents feel, you know, single agents, solo agents feel like if they're not forming a team or if they're not on a team, they can't possibly do a decent business. They can't possibly offer customer service at a high level. And that really does a number on your mindset. And I think, you know, it's not for everybody. You know, there's nothing wrong with, I once had a coach say to me, I'll never forget it. It's like, it still bothers me to this day. I once had a coach say to me, Nick, would you really be okay with only making $300,000 a year?
You're
And I was
yeah,
like,
I would actually be very happy with that. Thanks so much.
I was like, did you just say like, did you just put the word only before $300,000? Like, yes, I would live very comfortably where I am. In some areas, it's very hard, right? But in Michigan, it's very easy to live comfortably for
You would buy
300,
yourself a
right, Rob?
castle.
Yeah. What?
I said, you would buy yourself a castle. That's what my sister lives
You're
in.
right.
Michigan. I'm like, and I live in LA. We have different lifestyles. We'll just say that.
Yeah. So, you know, I just feel like there's so much emphasis on bigger, 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 bigger. And there needs to be more emphasis on just getting better. And so I think the solution that you came up with, agents want to have the leverage, but they don't want to have the team to go along with that leverage. So I think, yeah, it's a problem that you're solving. I think it's great. And you're using Command to solve it. So there's a stickiness factor there.
Yeah,
which is
well, that's
awesome.
part of the reason that we did it too. And because it has everything that we need. There's no reason, people have asked me, like, why not go to an outside database? I'm like, why would I go to an outside database when I have one right in front of me that does absolutely everything that I needed to do in order to support my agents at the highest level? I mean, to me, that's really the only answer that's needed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's talk about your personal real estate business. I know it's funny because your team gets fake mad at you for not talking about your own real estate business. Like,
Yes.
they're like, we run a team here. You can mention us
Yes.
once in a while.
Yes.
Like,
So a lot of it's sort of wrapped into the Lead Syndicate now, but I started my journey in real estate as an agent. So I'm from Southern California originally, from the LA area. And I started my business when I had just moved to Northern California, where I was in a new business where I didn't know anything, and a new city where I didn't know anyone. And by the way, I was 20. So so I really had to do true outbound prospecting in order to grow that, because I didn't have a sphere. And even if I did have a sphere there, they didn't have any money, right? They were all 20, just like me. So so I really built that. And then I expanded that to Southern California when I moved back. So yes, we have a sales team that runs throughout California. And we use Command for that too, and have always used KW technology for that. We've never used outside databases.
so tell me about how your business runs. Is it primarily sphere of influence, agent to agent referrals, client referrals? Where's that business coming from for your own sales team?
Yeah, so for my personal sales team, it's really now focused around agent referrals is a big one. I mean, I have the privilege of teaching, around the world for KW. So I meet a lot of amazing agents, and we love to be their resource throughout California, because if we can't help them, we'll find somebody who can, who we trust. And in addition to that, we also obviously have been in business for quite some time. And so we have a number of repeat and referral business from our past clients. And a big piece of how we also get business is through our connections on social media. We do, both myself and my team, we do a lot of videos. We do a lot of breaking down explanations on how to invest in real estate, which is a huge leg of our business. So if you're someone who wants to build that part of your business, I encourage everyone, get on video, get on social. It's free. You can reach thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people if you're playing it right and building your account appropriately. So that's specifically how we focus on building my personal sales business and really just being a resource for our clients. I always say, like, I like to do a little bit of real estate arbitrage. So we'll do unique things with our clients by building our relationships. Like, for example, we just had our first big rain in Southern California. We get like 2 a year. So this was our first big one. And I called my roofer and said, hey, I saw on the weather report that it's going to rain here, and it's going to rain for 3 days in a row. And I'd like to pay you in advance to get all your appointments for those following 3 days, because that's when everybody's roof leaks are going to come to pass, because we don't find them usually in California because we just don't have a whole lot of weather here in the LA area. So I scheduled out his next 2 days of appointments, paid him in advance, and then sent a slide aisle to all of our clients and said, hey, if you have roof leaks, we have an appointment available to you. So we really build relationships and then leverage those relationships inside our business to keep our clients coming back.
Love it.
That's so
I
awesome.
love
Smart.
Very
This
smart.
is awesome. You're an excellent speaker. I just have to say, like,
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
If you guys aren't following Nikki on all the socials, Nikki, I follow you on TikTok, and you've been posting from these speeches that you've been giving, like these little nuggets. Great, like gold information. So you guys all follow her.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. You guys are totally filling my cup today. Thank you for this. What a gift.
Oh, well, thank you for being on. It was awesome. Go check out theleadsyndicate.com. I just posted it in the chat. Someone also posted your link tree to all of your socials. Think of Nikki for your Southern California referrals. She's in Westlake Village. So,
Or in any of our 19 states, we have partners that we can refer you to.
or the 19.
Or side note, we have
or.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nikki.
You're awesome. Appreciate you being on. So now we are bringing on Greg. Hey, Greg, are you there, buddy? You can turn on your camera.
I am there, and I have gotten unable to start video, so now I got authorized to start video. Now you guys,
there he is.
I am totally.
Welcome, Greg.
Okay, so this is the man right here. Greg Hagee is the CEO, founder of 72 Sold. Maybe you've heard a little bit about them. They're a brokerage in Phoenix, Arizona, and Keller Williams just partnered with 72 Sold to bring their 72 Sold program, home selling program, to KW agents everywhere. And we wanted to have Greg on today because he wants to tell you a little bit about 72 Sold and tell you how Command fits in to the 72 Sold platform. So Greg, I'll just let you take it away and do your thing, and we'll sit back and ask questions when we have them.
Yeah, please do. And let's make it a conversation. So
okay, that works too. Yeah. I didn't know if you had slides or anything.
So first of all, yeah, I have some slides I'll go through, but we'll make it a conversation. So
cool.
We're just thrilled to be partners with KW, and what 72 Sold has done is we have developed a way to generate, and I know this may sound bold, no pun intended, may sound bold, but have genuinely figured out a way to generate in each market around the country pretty much as many high quality seller referrals as our agents can handle. And in the Phoenix metro market, for example, where we started, we have 1% of the agents, just 1% of the agents. We have an 11% market share. And in the list of the top 100 agents in the Phoenix metro market that was just published in our business journal a few weeks ago, we had 28 of the top 100. Because of 72 Sold, the median earnings of our agents in the 72 Sold program is $248,000. And we have huge number of them earning over $1 million a year. So what's really interesting about the program, and by the way, to learn about it from an agent's perspective, you go to 72national.com. 72sold.com is our consumer website, and 72national.com is where you can learn all about the program. So the reason I came on today is so far in 2022, we've generated over 60,000 referrals for our 72 sold agents locally and around the country. And starting, Nick, as you know, in January, we have upped our marketing budget to $12 million a month on national TV. And we predict that we'll be, 12 million a month. And that we're going to be on, we're so excited. Well, all this business is going to you. All this business is going to KW agents around the country. So we estimate that will produce somewhere in the vicinity of 10 to 20,000, 30,000 referrals a month, seller referrals a month to KW agents. And so what Command is all about, what we're excited about this integration with Command, is that we not only are going to be sending these seller referrals to KW agents, but we're also going to be providing with KW, obviously with KW working through this, be providing a situation where any of these referrals that don't convert to listings right away, the Command technology, along with our messaging, will nurture those referrals for you over time, so that ultimately every single home seller referral we send you, the goal is to make sure you get that home listed. So that's one of the really exciting things that we've not had, Nick, is that we've generated a huge amount of business over the past few years for our agents, but we've never had a technology where it followed up with the sellers that weren't ready to sell right now. Because some sellers are several months off, our agents get busy, they forget to follow up, and what happens is they may end up not getting that listing. So that's what we're really excited about in terms of the integration with Command. And I wonder, and then we'll talk for a few minutes, could I bring up a quick deck and just go through what this program's all about? Does that be okay?
For sure. I think everyone would love that. And I just want to kind of like give people a little bit of clarity around like just how the integration will potentially work. So within Command, if you sign up for 72 Sold, you'll get the 72 Sold marketing, social media marketing templates within your Command system. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so two things will happen. Great question. Number one, for all of you, and if you want to sign up, you do it at 72national.com. 72 Sold is the consumer website, 72national.com, and you can read all about it, how it works. It's at 72national.com. So two things will happen. Number one, many KW agents are signed up for, and many more are signing up for, our TV referral program. So the TV referral program is where we send sellers directly to you that see our TV ads, go to our website, and then we have agents strategically placed around the country, and we send those referrals to them. The referrals that don't convert to listings right away, the agents can have Command work those referrals, those TV referrals for them. And when the sellers finally say, yes, I'm ready to sell, that referral will then be connected again with that agent. So you know, about half of the referrals we send out, the sellers are ready to sell right now. About half of them is like, I'm ready to go, sign up now. The other half are maybe a month from now or 2 months from now or 3 months from now. And we don't want some other agent, a friend, a relative to pick them off. So Command will be providing the messaging that keeps those people ready to list with our referred agent. That's number one. Number two, we give all of the agents in our system all of the videos and other forms of marketing that they can use. Forget our TV referrals. They can use that through Command. Once we get this done in the next year, they can use this through Command, where they can simply input lists, thousands, whatever they've got, they can input their lists, and our messaging on their behalf will go out to that list. And far and away, I mean, ask Gary. I'm going to show you a video by Gary. The messaging we have, the program we offer, there has never been anything as powerful in real estate at attracting home sellers to our agents. So the bottom line is Command at some point next year, we'll do all of that for our agents. So they have two sources of business to finish it up. One is Command pushing business to them using our messaging. And number two is our TV referrals going directly to them, and then Command following up with the ones that don't convert right away. Does that make sense?
Makes total sense. People are asking when. So the integration won't be till 2023. We don't have a definitive date yet, but the system itself is up and running right now. And just so everyone knows, Greg owns a 400 plus agent brokerage in Phoenix, and guess how many of his 400 agents are currently in production? Rob, guess.
I'm gonna guess 400.
Every single one is selling houses, 100%, because the system works.
That's
so
awesome.
Gary has struck a partnership with Greg to bring this to us. It's crazy.
Here's what I heard about Greg's company too, is that they have a waiting list of agents to get in to, so they can be a part of this program. So if you're sitting there thinking, does this work? It absolutely does when you've got a waiting list of agents to try to get in to be a part of it. And Greg has partnered with Gary and Keller Williams so that we can all benefit from this.
And actually, something I had to do, I'm really glad you brought that up, thank you, is we did have to limit this to 5% of KW agents. And the is our guarantee to our agents is that we will generate as much business as you can handle. And quite frankly, there's not enough business in this country for all the agents that are licensed in this country. That's something I can't control. So we did limit it to 5% of KW agents right now. And so let me just do real quick.
Go ahead. You can share your screen.
You guys a quick little quick deck that'll explain the program. And then we'll go from there. So hold on one sec here. There it is. Okay, you've got me so I can screen share, I think. Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I can go through this in 7 or 8 minutes. Hold on. Just a minute.
Can everybody in the chat let us know if you can see Greg's screen?
You got that okay? Okay.
Yes,
yep, good to go.
Okay, so real quickly, when we say unlimited listings, really not kidding. I know that's been the big challenge in real estate for everybody, but not kidding, unlimited listings. Here's what Gary had to say about it.
72 sold, most powerful program that I've seen. Holy cow, right? You've kind of unlocked the secret here.
We have a program that has proven to get a better result for sellers. And imagine a KW real estate agent that could actually say to a seller, I have a proven way to have you walk away with more for your home than any other agent in this market.
So there's two parts to 72 sold.
Yes.
One part is we will license you to be able to use the 72 sold program with your sellers. We will teach you. And then there's part 2 to the program, and that is those that are participating in the 72 sold program will have the opportunity to also then participate in the referral program.
Yes.
When you turn on these TV commercials in these markets, I've watched the response, and it's almost instant. Motivated sellers get interested right away.
Any market we go into, when we turn on TV commercials day one, we get sellers reaching out day one.
It is a program that you have the rights to offer to your sellers to help them maximize the amount of money they make in the least amount of time, least amount of hassle. That's what they want.
I interviewed an agent who's using it who just went 4 for 4 on appointments. And when I said, well, why? Why did you go 4 for 4? He said, when I walk people through that, they can't help but get excited.
We're really excited for our partnership, proud to be in business with you, and thank you for allowing us to offer this to our agent partners. In the history of the real estate industry that I'm aware of, I've never seen a program generate this kind of success, guys. I just haven't seen it. You won't find a better program than this. This program, if you master this program absolutely will deliver this for you.
Agree.
Okay, so real quickly, how does it work? Well, first of all, really bold statement, all the listings you can handle, we can deliver, no limit, and at a very affordable cost. That's why this works so well. That's what we do, and it's a two-step process. So all of you can understand what that two-step process is. Number one, and this is critical, it is not about marketing you. It is not you being the neighborhood expert. It is not how long you've been in the business. It is a program we teach you that takes a few hours to learn. It has nothing to do with MLS when you put a home in MLS. It has nothing to do with what you charge. It's a program that is a psychology-based program, and we give you the brochures to show sellers that you walk buyers the way you show the home, the way you photograph the home, the way you write ad copy. We have proven that this program generates a better result for sellers in 4 independent studies right here. By using this program to show homes and market homes, 4 independent studies over the past 3 years found that our prices range from 8.4 to 12% over similar homes sold in those MLSs. This is 4 independent studies by 4 different title companies over the past 3 years, and that's what you can show to home sellers. This isn't just a program that appears to make sense. This is a program that is proven it will deliver a better result for you. That is a critical component, and it's why we have training so that the agents in our program the agents who we give referrals to can actually go out and present the program. Then step 2, we give you $1 million worth of videos and other marketing that we have developed that generate business through TV and our other sources. We give that to you for you to use to generate your own business immediately. And you can start doing that in a matter of a few days. And then we also, if you want to, we'll send you referrals from our TV advertising. So you have 2 sources of business coming to you. You have your own with all the marketing we give you. So it's just DIY, ready to go. And then also you have TV. As I said, we've generated 60,000 referrals in 2022, and we haven't even gone national. We don't go national till January. We expect that we'll be generating 20 times that number of referrals for KW agents next year. Median earnings of agents in our program, $248,000. That's from our referrals. I want to be clear. That is not from their own business. That is from the business we send them, with many earning over $1 million a year. Quality of the referrals, the ones we send you, think about this. Sellers go to our website. They tell us when they plan to sell and what they think their home's worth. They give us their address. They give us their phone number. We send you a text with all that information. 1 referral to 1 agent. You don't fight, you don't compete for these referrals, and each home seller is yours and yours alone, and they're waiting for you to reach out to them. I submit to you, there has never been a better quality referral on the list side in real estate. Here's to finish up, and then I'll tell you how to get involved. Here are some agents, very quick, that are participating in our TV referral program. I could show you, by the way, hundreds who would all say the same thing.
I mean, we were traditional realtors for 14 plus years, and we love doing business the 72 sold way.
She goes, we've sold so many houses and not one person has done what you are doing.
I don't have to advertise. I don't have to worry about business. In fact, the only problem we have to worry about is growing our team big enough, fast enough to handle the volume.
I love my brokerage. I just feel lucky and grateful to be here.
And with my husband by my side, in less than 2 years, we closed over 230 deals using 72 sold.
This is my first year in the business, but I don't think it's common that a first-year agent goes on over 100 listing appointments and closes over 60 transactions. If somebody would have told me that's how this year was going to unfold, I would have never believed them.
Those are agents in our TV program. Now, here's the big one. These are 3 agents with KW who just joined us in the past few weeks. They just joined us, just got trained. You probably know them. Many of you may know these 3. They're in different parts of the country, and they each, listen to what they each did right out of the gate within a matter of 10 days to 2 weeks after they joined our program with no TV referrals at all.
First of all, I got my money's worth on the $199 training right off the bat. I've gone on 4 presentations, Greg. I've listed all 4, and instead of me, I, and we, it's 72 sold program. It's a 72 sold program. It's 72. But this has all made me a better agent, Greg, than I was last week. The opportunities are, the ceiling is now, it's gone. It's blown off. I'm fired up.
Matt Goldstein, the collective of Keller Williams here in South Florida, proud affiliate of 72 Sold. And listen, we have hit the ground running with this. We're 4 for 4 on our last 4 listing appointments. Took our first to market last week. 4 days on market, 1 day of opportunity showings, and we were able to get our sellers $100,000 more than our starting price. The program works, it's amazing. The time, the value it brings to our sellers is absolutely incredible. Thank you for the opportunity, Greg. This program will change your life.
I am sold on 72 Sold, and the reason why is 4 listings in 4 days doing the 72 Sold program. So it works. I swear it works. I've been in the business 13 years. I'm so excited to get on the bandwagon with this. I'm just doing DIY, and I got 4 listings in 4 days, just DIY. So, and you're 4 for 4. I'm 4 for 4. I really do think that 72 Sold should be the new Ignite for KW offices, because anybody can do it. It is scalable. It is easy to learn. You can learn the whole 72 Solds really in about 2 hours. Even if you're brand new in the business, you come out sounding like a rock star. It's amazing. It truly, truly is. And the integrity behind Greg and Teresa Haig is really something to behold as well. They remind me a whole lot of Gary Keller. I'm sold on 72 Sold.
Okay, so here's the big takeaway. We plan to increase our TV budget to $12 million a month starting Q1. That's just around the corner here next year. We are limiting the number of agents we take to make sure we can deliver all the business they can handle. Very easy and inexpensive to get started. You go to 72national.com. It's $199 and it's fully refundable for 10 days. So you can get trained on the program, make sure you love it. And if you don't, you get your money back in full. Minimal investment, fully refundable. Then it's inexpensive to stay in. If you love the program, you're getting listings like crazy. Starting January 1, it's $72 a month is all it takes to stay in the program. And of course, you get access for the $199 and the $72 a month, not just to here's how to explain the program, but also all the materials that you need in order to generate business for yourself. And then lastly, if you want to participate in TV referrals, you can put in $1,500 at any time, never have to do it. Just use the program and generate a whole bunch of listings yourself. But if you want to put money in our ad fund, you can expect 4 to 6 seller referrals per $1,500. Automatic. All you do is put it in the ad fund, and the next month we run the TV, generate the referrals for you. And how do we make money? You send us a 25% referral fee. So we don't get a nickel, because that money, your ad fund money, goes right into our TV fund. We don't make a nickel unless you make commissions. So very good model. It's a total win-win. You can do it yourself and never pay a referral fee. At the $72 a month, use all of our materials, generate all the business you want. There's no referral fee. If you want our TV referrals also, you pay 25%. So you know if you're in a big market, we divide those up into small zones. So you get TV referrals in the areas that you're accustomed to and know how to handle. And if you'd like to sign up, it's really this simple. Go to 72 National. And I want to take you through 1 minute because this is important. You go in and you'd click join our program, obviously. Then you'll see enroll. And here's the thing. When you put your information in, you have to select your DMA. All of you are in a designated market area. There are 210 in the country. We need to know this so we know where to send our TV referrals, right? We need to know where you are. So you pick your DMA, and if you don't know what DMA you're in, there is a state selection guide where you can pick your state. It'll show you a map, and you can pick your DMA. If you say, Greg, I'm in there and I want to do it, and I'm still not sure my DMA, Very simply, all you have to do is just pick the DMA you think you're in and then email us at support@72sold.com. I think it's right here. We are, by the way, in the Inc. 5000, 1,500 5-star reviews. Sign up at 72 National. Email support after you've signed up. If you say, I'm not 100% sure this is my DMA, just email support@72sold.com and we'll get you in the correct one. And there it is. Hope I did that.
You rocked it, Greg. I was going to say, I was texting Rob and Leslie during the presentation saying, Greg sounds like a professional voiceover.
You have a really nice voice.
You know, I know time is limited, but I'm just going to say, unless you have any questions, that when I got into the business, guys, a little background on me. You know, I got into the business back with my dad in Cincinnati, Ohio in the 70s, probably before most of you were born. And, you know, I grew up in the business and the business changed my dad and my family's life. My dad had a high school education, no college, grew up with a single mom. His dad died when he was young. And because real estate affords us so much opportunity, my dad was able to give me a really great education. But interesting, when I decided to go into real estate instead of law, because I am an attorney, I found that the business wasn't what I thought it was. I saw that all my dad's agents, and most all the agents I've seen ever since, they were spending most of their time searching for business and not a huge amount of their time doing business. I found that it was a business of looking for business more than it was a business of doing business. And I felt like that was the biggest single problem that I could solve, is how could agents not have to be scraping and searching for business every day? And I promise you, it's $199, fully refundable, 72 National. Go in and check it out. This, as Gary said, has cracked the code. And if you really want to not be spending every day searching for business, if you want to have command next year, actually nurturing the business you generate for you, that doesn't convert right away, this is 100% your answer. And it's all right at 72 National. So there's my backstory.
We appreciate you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
All of your questions can be answered there. They can be answered by the 72 Sold team. We don't have all the answers to the questions. We can't answer all the questions here on this webinar, but if you're interested, go to 72national.com. If it's for you, do it. If it's not for you, don't do it. No big deal. You know what I'm saying?
And if you have questions, email support. They're on duty right now, our whole support team, support@72sold.com, and they'll answer your questions today.
Operators are standing by.
Guys, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Greg.
You're awesome. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's bring on the man, Tyler Shields.
Tyler.
There he is.
One of my favorite people. Hi,
Tyler Shields, everybody. You don't want to miss this. Stay logged in. Tyler's team gets 30% of their business from internet leads. Facebook, a lot of it is Facebook. So over 100 of their deals this year will be from internet and Facebook. And if you want to know the ads that Tyler is using and the follow-up, you're going to want to stay tuned for the next 20 minutes. So how's it going, Tyler?
It is going super well. Super excited to be here with everybody.
We're excited to have you.
Tyler, tell us a little bit about your business and your team.
Yeah, so I have an expansion team. So we have teams in Denver, Colorado Springs, and Phoenix. We did just north of 4 million in GCI last year, 373 sites. And relevant to this conversation, as Nick said, we've closed over 100 internet leads a year for multiple years in a row now. So have our systems dialed in that regards, and yeah, excited to share.
I love it. So tell us, so 100 internet leads, how many of those are from Facebook?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we probably get maybe 30% of those are Facebook style leads. We have a lot of different ways that stuff's coming from, but so probably, 20, 30 deals a year at least are from Facebook, and sometimes even more than that. So.
Okay. So, and you're building your ads in Command, and you have a very specific, why do you use Command for Facebook ads? Let's just start with that.
Yeah. two primary reasons, control and return on investment. And so what I love about Command is that I have all the control. I control the messaging, I control the ads, I control how much I spend. If I like financials aren't looking good this month, I can shut the ad off and turn it back on next month. Things are looking great, I can turn it off and double it. And return on investment. It's just a better return on investment than any other lead source that I've tried out there. So why not?
And agents always struggle with coming up with content. And we're going to show some of your ads in a minute, but what do you find? They're like, well, I don't have any listings, or if they do a listing ad, the leads from listing ads aren't usually the best. And I always say run ads advertising specific homes for sale in certain areas. Do you find that ads advertising listings are just that, like tire kicker is not so great? Do you find that?
Yeah, I think someone that you create an ad where they want to see more about a home, they might just be interested or curious about that home itself. And so creating an ad that's, who's looking for a home that has a pool in this part of this neighborhood, that's typically someone who's a little bit further along in their search. They know what they're looking for and they want to see homes in that area. And so you can really curate the type of lead you want by creating the search that you want. And to your point, you can do that without having any listings yourself. So.
Can we share his ads now? I think
that's what I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
Tyler, are you going to share some of your ads?
I'm going to share right now. I made Tyler a nifty little screen, a little presentation here. I made it very, very,
very official.
Let me just present the chair.
Super fancy.
Oh yes.
So here's Tyler's 3 of Tyler's ads. Tyler, talk about these with us.
Yeah, let's speak about the middle one first, because that's what we're talking about right now. This is just a search I created that a lot of people are looking for in my area. So homes under 400,000 with recent price drops in the Denver metro area. So 3 qualifications there that a lot of people are looking for in my area. And it's a more curated search than what someone would go if they just went to a Zillow and just started searching around. So why would they click on this? Because I've already curated it for them on what they're looking for. So this is a good example of, you don't have to have a listing. The photos should just be representative examples of what they're going to find if they searched home for sale. So those were homes that we had sold in the past that would generally match that criteria. And so was able to build that ad there. So.
And I
just made it smaller because the QR code wasn't working the other way. If you want to jump in on Tyler's free coaching email, scan that code and sign up. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to just add there, Nick, too, to let everybody know that you guys could filter search price drops on your sites. So then if we were talking about this recent price drops ad in particular, you can go to your site, filter search recently dropped prices in the last 7 days, and then you would use that link for this ad. So just a heads up, just a little tip there.
Yeah, the active URL, the static URL that you can grab from your site is one of the coolest things. When you're running ads like this, just go to your KW site, like as if you were a buyer, and then just build your search. Just search in Denver, set the price to 400,000, search for recent price drops, and then you can just copy the URL when you're done doing that search, and it's static. So anytime they
I'm going to show everybody real quick how to do that.
Yeah, so anytime they click on your ad, they're not just seeing a certain set of homes you chose 3 weeks ago when you started the ad, but they're seeing the exact homes that match that criteria right now.
Give me a zip code for Denver.
Let's do 80123.
Hey, Tyler, while he's pulling that up, do you run the same ads weekly, monthly, or do you change up the ads all the time?
Yeah, so if they work, we'll repeat the ads. But what we tend to do is if the ad works, instead of repeating the same ad over and over again, we'll just set it for longer. So we might test it for 7 days. And then if it works really well, now I'm going to set it up for 30 days or for 60 days. And the same cost per day, but just so I don't have to keep running the ads. And what I found is if you set an ad for longer, it reduces the amount of duplicate leads that you get, which then can help your cost per lead and effectiveness as well.
And do you have a specific budget that you put around that?
In our area, I really like somewhere around $3 a day, $3 to $4 a day is kind of key for me. But I think that that's contingent on price range in your area. So I'd imagine if you have a lower average price point, you might be able to be closer to $1 to $2 a day, and that would work just as well.
Makes sense.
So let me show everyone real quick how Tyler makes this ad right here. See homes under 400 with recent price drops. Okay, this is how he does it. Okay, so you're on your KW site. You can find it in command under the consumer portal, under the consumer applet. And what you want to do here is, first of all, choose your property type. If you want to do houses, choose houses. If you want to do like under a certain amount, so let's say like we're going to do max 400. Let's just do like max 500. So anything under 500. Oh, there's only 2. Wow. Well, when you made that ad, it was probably a little bit there. Let's just keep it here. Okay. 65 properties that are homes. And then we want to go to the more tab and we want to scroll down to right here, price reduced within 7 days. So we toggle that. And there are 42 properties. You can see the price drops here in green. There are 42 homes in the Denver area in 80123 that have recently been reduced in price. This link right here at the top, that's the link that you're going to use to direct people to when you create your campaign through command. Also, I want to show you guys something else that's pretty sweet. You can also, how many people have pools in Colorado? A lot?
Not a ton.
Not a lot.
Okay, so if let's say you're in an area that has a lot of pools.
Like Phoenix.
210.
That was Arizona, where his other team is.
Let's just do 90210. Okay, let's just say like we're going to do condos. Let's say we're going to do an ad advertising condos. Oh, there's no condos there. That's a bad example. Okay, let's say we're just going to do houses and that have a pool that have recently been reduced in price. So there's 36 homes in 90210 that have recently been reduced in price that have swimming pools. So you would use this link to be the destination link for your campaign. So that's how you would do it. Let's go back to your slides here. So did we finish talking about these, or do you want to talk about
I was mainly covering the middle one. I think that the one on the left is a good example of, if you do have a listing you want to advertise, just make sure you don't put too much information on the front end of the copy. I just chose the single best photo. It wasn't the first photo I would put in the MLS, but it was the best photo. I didn't share too much information. I just said, fall in love with the gorgeous deck and expansive views. This is a mountain home for under 400,000. So that's just an example there. And the example on the right is an example of a listing ad that I posted. So posted something, sell your home on your terms, pick your commission, cancel anytime, accept an upfront cash offer. So that was an example of a selling ad that was a higher cost per lead, but was effective in getting us some sellers. So it's just a general idea to show you, you can run any type of ad, you have complete control. And what I would do is do what Nick was just doing. Just go on your command website, just search around, find a search that's interesting to you, and then build an ad around that. When I built the 400,000 ad, it was when the market was a little bit hotter. And I was surprised that there were even homes in the entire Denver metro that were under 400,000 that had price drops. So I created that ad because I didn't even know that existed. And so right now that might look different, right? But so that'd be my encouragement there when you're building the ads.
Tyler,
I just want to remind people, sign up for Tyler's coaching email right there. It's free, scan it, grab that. It's good information. Go ahead, Leslie. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. No, so Tyler, I rant and rave about you all the time just because I feel like, you're my homie in Colorado here, but and I've just seen you grow exponentially throughout the years. And so when it comes to Facebook leads or any kind of internet lead, I always rant and rave about you, Tyler, because a lot of what you're up to is there's a lot of magic in the follow-up, right? And so I get a lot of agents that ask about what kind of follow-up you really have. And can you just give the audience not only like the nuts and bolts of it, but just also the mindset part of it as well?
Totally. Yeah. So I'll just preface it by saying this. I think we're moving into a market of Facebook and command leads. Like we're moving into a market where this matters. When there's an abundance of opportunities, the the worst thing going for command leads is that you might just have too many sphere deals to handle or too many agent referrals to handle. So you maybe don't have the time or energy to put into leads. I'm not sure anyone has more deals than what they can handle right now in this market. And so you have the time and energy to put where you need to put. And so for internet leads, it requires time, it requires energy, it requires effort, but you can get a return on that effort. And so I think the mindset piece to frame it is simple. 1% conversion rate would be a great conversion rate to shoot for with command leads. Now, if you're getting them for $3 a lead, then you're spending $300 to get a closing. That's an amazing return on investment. But I know what's going to happen with someone's mindset is when you have a pile of 99 leads and then one little lead sitting over here, it's really easy to just focus on the 99 leads instead of the one, right? And so you have to set up a system to get through those leads efficiently so you can focus on the ones that are working. So simply put, there's two primary phases: get a hold of the lead and then convert the lead. And so getting a hold of the lead, I'll give you the numbers relatively quickly, but 14 touches in the first week. I'm going to try 14 times in the first week to get a hold of them. 4 of those are phone call. The rest are automatic text and email that go out through command. If you want that exact plan, search Relevate or search Tyler Shields on the Smart Plan library, and you can steal my exact plan for my first week. Okay?
I just placed that in the chat.
Love it. So 14 touches in the first week. Why do I do that? Because you're most likely to get a hold of a lead on touch number 1. You're second most likely to get a hold of them on touch number 2, but you're third most likely to get a hold of them on touch number 7. And so it's this reverse bell curve, and most everyone on this call is going to do what I've done in the past, where they give up too quickly because they do what I like to call assume the FU. They just assume the person's mad at them. They haven't actually heard an FU or any sort of upsetness. They just assume it, and so they stop calling instead of sticking at it, right? So you've got to do the number of touches. If you don't get a hold of them in the first week, I do 14 more touches over the next 4 weeks. Same idea, 4 phone calls, 10 automated texts and emails. Again, that Smart Plan is in the Smart Plan library. You can just steal, right? So first step, get a hold of them. Second step, what do you say when you get a hold of them? The main thing that I'll tell you is too many of you are used to working with people that are ready to go. So your script looks a lot like, I see you're looking to buy or sell. How can I help, right? Most of the people that have clicked on a command ad don't even know they're looking to buy a house yet. They just know that they saw a cool house and they're going. So you need to start really gently. And so the one thing that I'll kind of leave you with scripting is what I call my dream home script. I will start with, hey, this is Tyler with Relevate Homes. I see you were looking at some homes I posted. Any questions I can answer, anything I can do to help. Very gentle. What they're going to say is, no, thank you, just browsing. That's what they're going to say. So I'm going to respond with, that's awesome. That's exactly what the site's there for. Feel free to keep browsing. Just curious, if you found your dream home, when would you want to move in? That's how you turn that conversation. If you found your dream home, when would you want to move in? I'm not saying, when are you looking to buy a house by? I see you're looking to buy a house. It is just curious, if you found your dream home, when would you want to move in? And if they're willing to give you a timeline in that scenario, then your job is just help them find their dream home. And if you do it, then they told you they're willing to buy. And from there, it's just staying top of mind every week or two, trying to add value until they're ready to go. The last thing I'll say on scripting is the follow-up piece. You will not be able to control when they're ready to go and when they're ready to buy or sell, but you can control if you are top of mind when they're ready. So your job is just stay in touch with them every week or two. Don't be annoying. Just try to add value until they're ready to go or until they tell you to stop. And that's the key to making money with the system. So.
Love it.
Yeah, I love it. We got a few questions in the chat here. Do you get more leads from carousel or single image ads?
Do a carousel if you're doing an advertisement for a type of search, like homes under 400,000. Do a single photo if you're advertising a single listing. If you do a carousel on a single listing, you're giving them too much information.
Yes,
okay.
I agree with that.
Interesting. Hey, what do you think about putting the price of the property in the ad?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not?
Nope,
no price.
I don't. I would just say under 400,000 or something like that. I want to leave them wanting as much of the information as possible.
Okay. I want to show everyone real quick. I just did this, but somebody in the chat said Nick just found that smart plan in approximately 9 seconds. So let me show you how I did. Okay. I went to command. I go to smart plans. Okay. I go to library. I type in Relevate under smart plan name. Here it is. And I add smart plan and I download it. That's about 8.5, 9 seconds. So
look specifically for author named Tyler, because a lot of people have done what I've told
okay.
them.
Well, you can look for Relevate or Tyler Shields, but
I'm just saying search Relevate, but then you can verify author name's Tyler. A lot of other people have built versions of it, so you're welcome to see what they've done. But they've done what I've requested: is download it, customize it, make it your own. So there's a lot of options out there. But the original author named Tyler.
Hey Tyler, we got someone sent me a private message here. They want to try doing ads and they feel like they get too many other agents seeing the ads. What are your thoughts around that? What would you tell this person?
Yep. Okay. Here's just the mindset piece people understand. When you run a command ad, 50% of the leads you get are going to be crap. They're going to be bad information. They're going to be like FU@yourmother.com, whatever it is, right? And that's fine.
I know that guy.
Yeah, that person's in my database.
Yeah.
Right next to Mickey Mouse.
That's how it goes. 50% are going to be bad. They're never going to respond. That's part of the 99 pile, right? 25% will answer, but they'll say, no, thank you, leave me alone, right? That's fine. That's part of the 99 pile. 25% are going to answer. You're going to have an okay conversation with them. And roughly 10% of those will be willing to meet with you. And then your process goes from there. So yes, a lot of other agents will see it. A lot of terrible leads will see it. But if you spend too much time focusing on the 99 that's not working, then you're not going to have the time and energy. You're not going to follow the system. Focus on the one. So a lot of people that shouldn't see it will see it. Don't worry about that.
People are typing fake names now in the chat.
All of their favorite leads.
Oh, it's hilarious. Hilarious.
It's like an episode
Thank you
of The
so much,
Simpsons.
Tyler.
Tyler, anything else that we should know? Like, you covered a lot in a short period of time. You always have some awesome nuggets to drop. It really all is in the follow-up, right? Like, do you think that people overanalyze what kind of ad to run and they don't focus on what to do in terms of the follow-up, right?
Absolutely. Like, literally, there are tons of people in Keller Williams that make millions of dollars a year calling random people, like flipping open a phone book and just calling random people. There are people that make millions of dollars a year knocking on random doors. So like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the information is. It just matters, are you going to be consistent? I think the main thing is Command has made it so easy to run ads that I promise you, your problem is not going to be generating leads. Your problem is going to be converting those leads. So sticking to the system, doing the number of touches, saying the right things is going to be the key to actually making money from the system and keeping the right mindset throughout. The generating the leads is the easy thing.
About the numbers.
I just dropped a video in the chat a couple times, a video that I made last year, basically on taking you step by step on how to make an ad like this that we're talking about. So watch that video. It's one of my most watched videos. Go ahead and watch it. Don't crash YouTube, guys. Tyler, we have crashed 4 sites today.
I love it. Let's keep it up. Let's keep crashing them.
I know.
right.
Awesome, dude. Anything else? Any final thoughts, comments, questions?
No, I just think like I said, if you guys find yourself going, man, I don't know who to call. Like, I don't know if I have enough business, like to where I need to go. Like a lot of agents will be out of the business a year from now because of the market we're in. And you have the choice of whether you want to be out or not. That there's no reason for you to not go spend $30 on a command ad and let things build from there. You don't have to go spend $100 or $1,000, but start and then work the leads and then reinvest and go from there. Like, you have everything you need to make sure you're still in business a year from now.
You just gave me an idea of something I wanted to say earlier. This is how I teach. When I teach, this is kind of this is how I put it in perspective. Let's say you spend $25 a week on command Facebook ads. Like, you spend $100. Maybe you're feeling, you know, a little bit daring and you want to do $50 a week. Let's say you spend $200 a month running an ad a week for $50 a week, and you generated 100 leads from $200 spent. You spend $2,400 a year. You're generating 1,200 leads. With Facebook having a 1% conversion rate, I can't do math. Okay, that's an extra 12 closings a year for $2,400 investment. Now, what's the average commission in the United States? It's like 7,500. No, it's more because the average home price is over 400,000 right now. So no matter how you look at it, if you spend $2,400, you generated 1,200 leads at a 1% conversion rate, you added an extra deal a month to your bottom line. That is money well spent, no matter how you slice it.
Oh, and by the way, it's not just a theory. I taught a class to someone in Colorado Springs, brand new agent. And then I taught a class a year later, and he said, hey, by the way, I've closed 12 deals this past year from Command, just doing exactly what you said. His very first year as an agent. It's not just a made up scenario. Like, it actually happens if you follow it and do it.
So
cool.
good.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you being on. You're always bringing the heat.
Always.
You're always there when we need you. Tyler just had
Love
a
it,
new
guys.
baby.
Yes, sir.
Congrats on your
Congratulations.
kid.
What's baby number?
Number
What are you?
6.
6.
Baby number 6.
Wow.
Oh, you're almost up to Nick Cannon numbers.
Yeah. Chasing Nick Cannon. Yeah.
He's on baby number 12. Oh, I love it, dude. All right, cool, man. Have a great day.
Yep.
Bye, Tyler.
Ro Malik is our last but not least. There he is. Ro Malik, everybody stick around. We're almost done, home stretch. We still have 3,500 people watching, which is awesome.
Yes.
So we're excited about that. You guys are sticking with us. Ro is a KW agent. He's got a team in Chicago. You have more than one team, right, Ro? Or just one team?
Team
right
in
now?
Chicago and team in Buffalo, New York.
Team in Chicago, team in Buffalo. And he's also CEO, founder of Conversion Monster. And we're going to talk a little bit now about, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Conversion Monster and how it works?
Yeah, I think we're talking a little about that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about like lead follow-up, more importantly.
Awesome. And don't go away, because Ro's going to give away something at the end, right? Or you give, or is it like a deal? Yeah, to everybody. He's got a deal. So,
Yeah,
but we're
little
going to
secret
save the
sauce.
deal.
He's like,
till the
now I
end.
am.
Little secret, you got to stick around to the end. That's the hook.
Yeah. But Conversion Monster Conversion Monster is integrated directly into Command for solo agents and teams now. So we wanted to bring Ro on.
Yeah, as
the
a
team
mega
for the
camp.
follow-up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Super pumped.
So thanks for being here, dude.
Man, thank you guys so much for having me. I got to say, as a student of what's been going on today, this was an amazing conference. I know you said in the very beginning, like, we'll see how it goes, but I'm a student and a teacher, and I got to say, man, you guys brought a tremendous amount of value today. I'd be the first to raise my hand to say it's been an awesome conference. Totally engaging for like such a long period of time too, which is like fantastic. And Tyler Shields, holy crap, that guy's a beast.
Yeah.
Not only, I mean, I've talked to Tyler a few times.
Yeah.
He's got 6 kids.
I know.
Yeah.
Tyler, if you're
We
still
tease
on,
him.
I've got even more respect for you now after knowing that. I mean, holy cow.
Crazy.
We tease him. We're like, are you gonna make a basketball team over there?
I mean, he looks like
Yeah.
I love Tyler. He looks like he's like 25. I'm like, you got 6 kids?
I know.
Yeah, he's moisturizes.
So awesome. His wife is a hero.
He's got a good nighttime skin routine. Yeah.
I think he uses Mark King's moisturizer. That
Yeah.
guy's got
Like
great.
Aries.
Aging gracefully for 6 kids, man. I got one and I got
know.
gray hair like all over the place. So much respect to Tyler.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna share a quick deck, and then I
Go for
figured if it's cool with you guys, then we can just have a quick discussion and help
Yeah.
you guys wrap this up. Cool. All right.
Awesome.
Knock it out of the park.
I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, you guys all see that?
Yeah, type in the chat if you can see it. Let us
Good?
know. Okay,
Good to
cool.
go.
Everyone's good.
All right, guys. So 35,700,000. This number represents the amount in potential sales volume the average agent leaves on the table by not calling their leads enough times every year.
Wow.
If they only converted 1% of that potential sales volume, that would give them an additional $3.5 million in sales volume a year. Hi, everyone. Once again, my name is Ro Malik. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Conversion Monster. Like Nick said, I also run 2 real estate teams at Keller Williams, one in Chicago and one in Buffalo, New York. And still today, we are still the one and only FutureCon Grand Prize winners because thanks to COVID, there wasn't another one. So we still retain that.
One and only.
We're the one and only. We retain that.
I love blaming COVID for stuff.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I love it.
So who is Conversion Monster? We are a company of inside sales agents that are helping real estate agents all over the country convert internet leads into closings and commissions through speed to lead, systematic follow-up, and long-term lead nurturing. So why? Like, why did we do this? Why did I do this? Well, the answer is really simple. Unlike many of you amazing Keller Williams agents that built your business a very traditional and smart way, which is through referrals and database and doing it that way, I, on the other hand, came up in the business on internet leads. And so what I've seen happen, because I've been in the business a very long time too, dating right about to when internet leads started, is we've seen internet leads balloon from around 5 million leads a year to 200 million leads a year from about 2008 to now, while home sales have remained relatively flat at around 5 or 6 million a year, right? So think about that for a minute. 5 million leads to 200 million leads, home sales around 5 to 6 million. It's no wonder that internet lead conversion rates are dismal. Like when I started in the business many, many moons ago, it wasn't unheard of 12 years ago to have a 10% conversion rate. Like, and that's like completely like ludicrous right now, but like people were hitting 10% conversion rates. So what's happened is this just tremendous supply has increased. So why would we even bother with internet leads, right? Like, what's the point? Well, if you handle them properly and you have systems and processes and a cadence built around them, they can still provide you with a significant return on investment. And so we looked at 1.5 million leads over the past 5 years. And what we found was this: the average agent only calls their leads 1.5 times, missing out on 70% of the opportunities if they would just call their leads more often. A quarter of those opportunities happen after the 4th phone call. So I was listening to Tyler's comments about like their cadence, and our research suggests that those 25% happen after the 4th call. That's where that $35 million in potential opportunity volume comes from. It comes from after the 4th phone call. So we've looked at this. Now, this is our cadence of analyzing data over the last like several years. And what we found, it shouldn't be too big of a surprise, but like an inquiry lead, which would be like a Zillow or Realtor.com, an unforced registration lead, the average registration data opportunity is 10 days. Google pay-per-click is 17 days, and Facebook is around 23 days. And we consider an opportunity as defined as a qualified lead. So what does that mean? One other thing that we found incredibly surprising after having years and years of analyzing this data, this is what really blew me away, is that in the forget about inquiry leads. We know Zillow and Realtor.com, well, those convert. But when you look at Facebook leads compared to pay-per-click leads, over an 18-month span, actually Facebook opportunity rates increase and increase and increase, and they outperform pay-per-click leads. We found that was like one of the things that when we were looking at the data, we found really surprising. We always thought Google would just outpace Facebook naturally, and that wasn't the case. Facebook actually outpaced Google in the long run, which makes for all the more reason why looking at command and Facebook leads and things that we're starting to do with that makes a lot of sense. I'm sharing with you guys the cadence that we use at Conversion Monster. It sounds like it's pretty similar to Tyler's. I think Tyler said 14 touches in the first 10 days. We do 17 touches, so we do 5 calls instead of 4 calls, but pretty close. So if you guys, you're welcome. I know this is being recorded, but you're welcome to take that cadence, because that's 7 years of research of getting us to an optimal cadence. And what I mean by that is this has given, we have tinkered and tinkered and tinkered and tinkered with this thing to figure out what gives you the highest probability of contact and conversion. And it's basically around 76 touches for the entire year. So, but in the first 10 days, it's up to 17 touches and an additional 59 throughout the remaining 11 months if you haven't been able to reach them. So another reason that we are here today is, as Nick mentioned, we are now fully integrated with Keller Williams Command. So if you don't feel like making all those phone calls or you don't want to do that work, we can do it for you. We were integrated for solo agents before, but as of a day before Mega Camp, we are fully integrated with teams. And I got to really thank Chris Cox and Matt Green and their entire teams. Like, if I'm just being totally honest, when Josh team first left, I wasn't sure what direction Command was going to go, but these guys have definitely took the bull by the horns and they stepped in. And for those of you guys that haven't given Command a chance, like, they are, one of Chris's points earlier was they're teamifying it. That is 100% accurate. Like, they are really going all out to make this CRM so much more amazing and compatible with teams. And so if you haven't been using it in the past and you're now looking at it, I can assure you, at least from the talks I've had with them, is that they have full intent on making this an amazing system. So this is what it looks like inside of Command. So if you guys have a two-way sync with us, you'll see all the notes flowing back in real time, going back and forth. And then if you get a hot lead, we'll of course send you it via email, but it'll also post immediately inside of Command. One of the last things I want to share with you guys is that really to support Keller Williams, and for those of you that have teams and are interested in the TeamRidge model or the dependent model, we built this client portal to help you manage large teams, market centers, expansion teams, in order to have a dashboard where you guys can set up your agents by price point, by lead type, if you want pre-approved or not, by zip codes only going to certain agents. If you only want these agents getting $1 million and up, or these agents getting 250 and below, you can plug all of that into one place, and you have one place to look at it in the portal. And then lastly, as Nick kind of mentioned in the beginning, instead of just giving one prize, we're actually waiving $1,000. Normally it's onboarding is $1,000. We're waiving that for everybody that's on CommandCon today. We have a discounted lead pricing in Command. You can scan on this QR code right here or go to that link. You can also just sign up directly through KW Marketplace because we're fully integrated now. So you want to either go to solo agents or go to teams, depending on what you are. And if you're in leadership and you're interested in talking further about TeamRidge or dependent model, same place. You can go to Conversion Monster /welcome.kw. You can sign up for a leadership consultation as well. So that's the deck I want to
This
share.
is awesome.
That's amazing.
Hey, Ro, talk about bring that back up, Ro.
Oh, all right.
Because the QR code. Talk about what pricing looks like for leads and such and things like that.
Yeah, so normally it's $5.95 a lead, and then we have a platform management cost. But for KW agents, we do it at $4.99 a lead, and then it's $195 a month for a solo agent, and $395 a month for teams. And there's no onboarding.
Yeah, and then this is so you're gonna waive the onboarding fee,
Which
for
will be
everyone.
$1,000 after November 18th. Yeah, we're leaving it open. We're leaving it open until next Friday for
Yeah.
everybody.
So it's $4.99 every lead that's worked.
Yep.
So like every lead that they work. So did you talk about how long you follow up with these leads for? I don't know if I missed that or not, because I was responding to people in the chat. Did you talk about that?
I touched on it. I said,
Yeah.
every new lead that comes in, we will work for up to an entire year. So you just pay for that lead one time, and we have up to 76 touches on that lead before we consider it cold. So if they haven't told us to go pound sand by then, we will keep following up. Like Tyler said, the FU, you just keep calling and texting until they tell us, because a lot of times they're just busy. I mean, that's what we found to be.
Yeah,
true.
and the cool thing about Command is with Conversion Monster, if you can pick and choose which campaigns they follow up with, because the Conversion Monster within Command is activated by assigning a tag to a campaign. So the tag for Conversion Monster. So if you decide that, you don't want them to work leads for a specific campaign, you don't have to add those tags. You only add the tags to the campaigns that you want them to work. So it's really like you can pick and choose, which is pretty awesome.
Yep.
And
And
by the
so-
way, you can send old leads, right, Ro?
Yeah, we have another program, so it's called Revive. So if you've got a database full of older leads that haven't been touched or haven't been worked, we have a Revive program as well that you can send them through. The only thing is, I think you can't do it through Command right now, but you can
I
send
think
those.
you
to us.
can.
I thought you
can
could
send a
too
Revive
with
link.
that tag.
If you go and you
Oh.
add a tag to a lead, or if you add a
Right.
tag to a contact, if you add the CM start tag to the
Mhm.
contact, it works.
What am I? I'm just the CEO. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
What do you know, Ro?
Yeah.
I've
you
done
know?
that with you guys. I'll go to old Facebook leads and I'll add the CM start tag and manually, and it will. You can't do it in bulk, but you can do it individually.
Yes, that right. So like if there's leads that have gone cold on you, you can restart the process with us. We'll revive those leads. I was kind of talking about a program where you can send us you say you have 5,000 leads that are just sitting there that you haven't touched.
Mhm.
We will
Yeah.
take those leads and we'll upload them
got
into
it.
our system. Yeah, and we'll
I
run
see.
them through a different cadence. But it'll be not as many phone calls, but it'll be a lot of touch points, very similar, 72 touches with those Revive leads. So if they're 30 days old or 3 years old or 7 years old, we'll take all those leads and we can work them as well.
Awesome.
Love that.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add? Any comments, questions? Oh, people are wondering what areas of the world do you cover?
As of today, North America.
So that includes Canada?
It does include Canada. Yeah. That
Okay.
includes Canada. The other thing that just kind of one piece of advice I'd like to offer for everybody here that are working with internet leads or that have teams. We get this question a lot with like team leaders that are running teams, but they don't have a great follow-up process with their leads in place. And I think maybe most people know this from a common sense standpoint, but just in case, like when you get a qualified lead, just because you've had a conversation with them, one of the most important things that I teach my team to do is you had a great conversation. And this is Keller Williams' philosophy, right? It's like try to get them face to face or try to get to an appointment. So you should set after you've had a good conversation with them, you should set the expectation of what the next call is going to be with them. And you try to make that either a face-to-face or at least in person. So for example, like once we hand off a qualified lead, a lot of time agents will think, oh, well, that was a handoff. I had a great conversation. That lead's mine. No, there's still work to be done on internet leads until you deepen that relationship a little bit further. And so what we always say is make sure you have a plan in place after you've talked to them, you've had a great conversation, whether you use us, whether you use an ISA, whether you do it yourself. The very next thing you should do is set a follow-up so that you get onto them in a Zoom. So you get face-to-face with them so you can take that relationship a little bit deeper. So I always encourage the agents to say, okay, I'm going to send you at the very end, I'm going to start sending you some listings. After you get those listings, take some time to review it. Today's Wednesday. How about I give you a call on Friday? I'll send you a Zoom link, or we can meet at a Starbucks and we can go through these together. So I know that you sent me these qualifiers, you set these qualifiers, but I'd like to just talk with you face to face about them for 15 minutes. And there's something in America about fairness where once they've seen you and they can put a name to a face, now you're their guy or now you're their girl. And it takes that relationship another step deeper. And so I've been coaching my agents and saying like, you got to get into that next step. Otherwise, a lot of times they just slip through the cracks. So if you want to increase your opportunity rates, you want to increase your conversion rates, your next step in that process is making sure you get them obviously face-to-face, whether it's over Zoom or in person.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Awesome.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ro.
So make sure
Thanks,
you
Ro.
guys get on this, scan the code, and
Yeah,
reach out
that's
to
a huge
Conversion Monster.
discount.
I've been using Conversion Monster for years. Last year, over the last, was it 2020, 2021, they qualified 15 million in business for me, which is awesome. So definitely check them out. It's a lot of leverage and it's not super expensive. Like it doesn't break the bank. I mean, you have the monthly fee, but then the lead spend is really just how many leads you generate. You have to generate like 100, right, Ro? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there different levels?
Yeah, we used to take on 50, but it's just from our perspective, like at scale with command leads, you really need to be generating around 100 leads a month at least to really see the value. And they do take a while to work and nurture and get the returns. So about 100.
And the ISA, oh, by the way, we forgot to mention this. The ISAs are all stateside.
Oh,
that's what I was going to ask.
None of them
are it's all US based. Everybody's is in New York, a lot of them in Texas and Florida.
And they're all coached.
They're all professionally coached and trained, and even by a former MAPS coach who was a MAPS coach for 20 years. So they're very aware of the system, and we integrate really well with KW, as I've been a KW agent since they opened back up in downtown Chicago in 2017.
Sweet. Thanks, dude. You can unshare if you want, so we can.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys having me on. Great conference.
Yeah.
Thanks for
thank
being
you.
here. No, Dave is asking prize. No, there's no prize. I misspoke. It was the discount. So he's waiving the sign
$1,000 for everybody instead of
waiving the $1,000 sign up fee for everyone who was on this call. So don't snooze on that.
Or
Dave's right.
Yeah,
that is a prize.
that's
That's
a
basically $1,000. And
a great
also, by
price.
the way, at the very beginning when Rachel White was on and you guys downloaded the Unlocked Box app, we did not hit 2,500 downloads. We hit about 2,000 downloads, but she's nice enough to still give away $1,000 to one person. She's going to reach out, I believe, to that person. It's easier because I feel like the person who won should have downloaded it, right? Don't you think?
Yeah.
So instead of me just picking someone at random. So if you're a winner, she'll reach out to you. So anyway, she's going to post it on her social. Oh, go follow Unlocked Box and Rachel White on Instagram. She's going to post it there. Ro, thanks, buddy. Appreciate
Thank you, Ro.
Thanks,
wow.
guys.
That
What
was
a
it.
day. Woo.
Congrats,
What
you guys.
a day.
We did it.
What a day.
What a day.
Wow, what
Yeah,
a
just-
day is right.
I hope it was
awesome.
helpful.
Let me confirm with her the Unlocked.
Thanks for all
Box.
the love, you guys. It was so good.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
go follow Unlocked Box on Instagram. We'll post the winner there. Appreciate you. I would love to. I'm seeing go follow the Unlocked Box account on Instagram. She just confirmed she will post the winner on that Instagram page. I would love to hear takeaways. So if you want to email me, nickbaldwin@kw.com, I would love to hear some takeaways. Message me on Facebook, message Rob, message Leslie.
Yeah, you can reach me at
And,
Leslie Jackson at KW.
Follow us and
Yeah.
connect with us online. I sitting here today. My friend requests are overloaded on Facebook and lots of followers. So
good
I'm
for
trying
you.
to catch Nick for with his celebrity status. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm going for it though. Leslie, we're gonna have to catch him here.
Yep, we should. That's right. All right, you guys. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks for sticking with us. I will send out the replay. Give me about 48 hours. And I'll get that out to you, and appreciate everyone being here. Bye, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you.